Everyone, my name is John Beckman. I'm the Vice Chair for the Waterloo Board of Adjustment. Today is January 28th, and we'll begin the meeting. Everyone, all the board members have had an opportunity to look at today's agenda. Any additions, corrections? If not, I'll take a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Okay, next is approval of the November 26, 2024 meeting minutes.
I'll move.
Stand by. I have just one little correction on our page 6. The 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph. Last sentence, basically, traffic department on how much parking is allowed on Southern Street, should be South Street.
South Street, yeah.
Aside from that, does anybody else have anything for those minutes? Okay, you want to amend?
I'll move the motion to as changed by John Beckman.
I'll second that.
First and second, all in favor? Aye. Okay. We'll start off with item number 1. Is a request by Iowa Heartland Habitat for Humanity for a variance to the side yard setback requirement to allow for a setback of 4 feet, 1 foot less than the 5 feet required to construct an attached carport in the R3 Multiple Residence District located at 337 Almond Street. Staff report.
The applicant is requesting a variance to side yard setback requirement to allow for a setback of 4 feet, 1 foot less than the 5 feet required for a proposed attached carport for covered parking. The property is located at the intersection of Clay Street and Almond Street intersection. The property is zoned R3 Multiple Residence District. Properties to the north, east, and west are zoned R3 Multiple Residence District. Properties to the south are zoned CP Planned Commercial District and R3 Multiple Residence District. The request is not anticipated to have a negative impact on the neighborhood. It will not encroach on the abutting lot or city right-of-way, and there will be a 4-foot setback. The request will not appear to have any negative impact on traffic conditions in the area since it deals with the side yard setback and not the front or street frontage. The zoning sections of the zoning ordinance that pertain to the request, Chapter 10. The zoning ordinance requires a 5-foot setback from the side yard property line for any principal permitted use, and the applicant's request of 4 feet setback is below the 5-foot requirement. Since the carport would be attached to the principal structure on the lot, it would be considered a part of the main structure and would be the best and only place for the carport because of the existing driveway leading up to it. The lot is fairly small at only 6,000 square feet, and because it is a corner lot, most remaining green space is part of the front yard and side yard street frontages where no structures are allowed. There does appear to be a lack of reasonable return. Denial of the variance would preclude the site from having any garage or carport. The property in question is unique since it currently does not have any accessory structure for covered vehicle parking and is only to have the proposed and is only placed to have the carport because of the existing driveway location and the layout of the lot. The staff has heard no opposition to the request. The request would not appear to alter the essential character of the surrounding area. Therefore, staff recommends that the request by Iowa Heartland Habitat for Humanity for a variance to the side yard setback requirement to allow for a setback of 4 feet, 1 foot less than the 5 feet required in the R3 Multiple Residence District located at 337 Almond Street to allow for an attached carport be approved for the following reasons. The property in question is unique because it is the best and only space to place the carport because of the existing driveway's location and the layout of the lot. The request would not appear to alter the essential character of the surrounding area and the neighborhood and would not have a negative impact on vehicular and pedestrian traffic as well.
Thank you. Board, any questions for staff? Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak in favor of this request? Anybody from Habitat Humanity? Why don't you come on up?
Andy Conger with 803 West Fifth with Habitat.
Thank you. Anybody, questions for Andy? I would just like to say that this is one of your most impressive projects.
I hope so.
It's a very nice addition to that neighborhood. It complements the very good work that Habitat's doing throughout the community. Yeah, that's very encouraging.
I appreciate that. We've been looking forward to this project for years. So I think it's going to be kind of hopefully demonstrate kind of what could be possible out there. So
Okay, thank you, Andy.
You know, you generally like to add a garage. I'm assuming that's why the space concern, why we had to go with the carport this time.
yep. Any
always
chance
my
we get, we
assumption.
wanted some covered parking. This felt like a better move than garage structure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak in favor? Anybody wants to speak against this request? Hearing none, I'll take a motion.
I will motion that the request by Iowa Heartland Habitat for Humanity for a variance to the side yard setback requirement to allow for a setback of 4 feet, 1 foot less than the 5 feet required in the R3 multiple residence district located 337 Almond Street to allow for an attached carport be approved and for the following reasons. The property in question is unique because it is the best and only space to place the carport because of the existing driveway's location and the layout of the lot. And the request would not appear to alter the essential character of the surrounding area and neighborhood and would not have a negative impact on vehicular or pedestrian traffic.
Second.
We have a first and second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, it's carried. Next agenda item is a request by Cedar Valley Coins and Collectibles for a variance to the rear yard setback requirement to allow for a 5-foot rear yard setback, 30 feet less than the 35 feet required to construct a 20-foot by 26-foot, 520 square feet, attached accessory structure, and a variance to the parking requirements to allow for 4 parking spaces, 6 less than the 10 required in the C2 Commercial District located at 1100 Ansborough Avenue. Staff report.
This is Dornoff with staff. The applicant is requesting a variance to construct a 20 by 26, 520 square foot attached accessory structure with a rear yard setback of 5 feet, 30 feet less than the 35 feet required, and a variance to parking requirements to allow for 4 parking spaces, 6 less than the minimum 10 required. The property is located at 1100 Amesboro Avenue, Zone C2 Commercial District, and has been zoned as such since the passage of zoning ordinance in 1969. Properties in the north, south, east, and west are Zone C2 Commercial District, with properties on the west side of Amesboro Avenue, north of Janney Avenue, being zoned R2, 1 and 2 Family Residence District. Request would not appear to have a negative impact on the neighborhood, as the property to the west is buffered by the new garage by shrubbery and a shed, and is a multifamily development, and it's also zoned C2 Commercial District. It would appear the request would not have a negative impact to traffic conditions in the area. This section of the zoning ordinance pertains to this request, Chapter 15, C-2 Commercial District, 10-15-2 Bulk Requirements, and Chapter 15 Vehicular Use, Parking and Loading Areas, Public Garages, Parking Lots and Filling Stations, 10-25-2D, 28 parking spaces, D28, Section 28, parking spaces required for retail stores. The applicant's requesting to build a 20 by 26, 520 square foot attached accessory structure with a setback of 5 feet to the west, rear yard, 30 feet less than the 35 foot required. While the property has an Amesboro Avenue address, the entrance to the building is located on Janney Avenue. A home on the site was originally demolished, and a new building built as a beauty salon in 1994. To the west is the proposed accessory structure is a 7-unit apartment building that is buffered by trees and shrubbery and an older shed. The applicant is requesting a variance for the parking requirements to allow for less than 10 parking spaces required for retail stores. This would not have been an issue as built for use as a beauty salon, as they do not have the 10 parking space minimum requirement, and parking for a salon is based on the number of chairs. However, according to the applicant, the maximum number of customers they have per day during the busiest time is 22, which works out to be about 3 per hour. It would appear that once the accessory structure is built, there will be about 4 parking spaces remaining. Based on the limited parking need for the specific use, staff is in support of the variance, but with condition that limits approval to the specific use and requires further parking review before another use can go into the site. Criteria, lack of reasonable return, appear to be a lack of reasonable return, as the owner could build a that meets the zoning ordinance. Uniqueness, there would appear to be uniqueness to the request as the attached accessory structure requirement, since although the property is addressed off Amesboro Avenue, the front of the building faces Jenny Avenue, and there is buffering between the proposed structure and the apartment complex to the west. There would also appear to be uniqueness to the parking requirement, since although the business is retail, the business at even its busiest times does not have the foot traffic that other intensive retail uses has. Public considerations, approval of the variance would not appear to have a negative impact on the surrounding area. Therefore, staff recommends a request by Cedar Valley Coins and Collectibles for a variance to the rear yard setback requirements to allow 5-foot rear yard setback, 30 feet less than the 35 feet required, construct a 20 by 26, 520 square feet attached accessory structure, and a variance to the parking requirements to allow for 4 parking spaces, 6 less than the 10 required in the C2 commercial district located at 1100 Amesboro Avenue be approved for the following reasons. There would appear to be uniqueness for the setback requirement as the property faces Jenny Avenue, and there is buffering between the apartment complex and the proposed accessory structure. 2, there would appear to be uniqueness to the parking variance request as the business is not a high-intense retail use. Subject to the following conditions: that the final site plan meets applicable city codes, regulations, etc., and include but not limited to parking, landscaping, screening, drainage, setbacks, etc. 2, that the property, if the property is sold or a new business opens in the location, the parking requirements would need to be reviewed for the new business, and parking requirements met or a new variance approved, and a deed of restriction noted as such be signed by the owner and recorded.
Questions for staff? There is a shed in the southwest corner of, I assume, this particular property.
Right, that's their, yeah,
Okay.
that's no,
Does that shed go away?
we can ask the applicant when,
All right, hold on.
yep.
The other thing is this, under the following conditions where it talks about another business moving in there. With parking being reduced, how is that gonna work for the next business?
Well, that's it. Before a business can locate in there, we would have to review it to see if it would be too intense for that use. Yeah, it'll be a limit.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Any other questions for staff? Why am I asking the questions? Okay. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak in favor of this request? If you're here, you probably should step up. State your name and address, please.
Darren Speed, owner of Cedar Valley Coins, 1100 Amesboro Avenue.
Okay. Bear with me just a moment. So this is going to be attached to the existing building.
That is correct.
So it will expand the footprint of the current building,
Correct.
correct? Okay. Where are you then going to park your vehicles?
Well, personally, I'll be parking inside the garage because that's why I originally wanted to build it, is just for safety reasons, first and foremost. Don't want to be going in and out of the place with a bunch of coins. So I want to build a garage so I can walk just in the garage into the building instead of walking outside. The parking on there is, we had a couple different ideas about the parking as well too. There was one picture you can see that's overhead. And if we build on there and we need more parking space, what we were thinking about doing, or what I was thinking about doing, is the parking lot from Janey Avenue to Amesboro. There's a driveway there, if it would be possible to take that out, and you would pull straight in and back straight out, instead of driving around into the lot.
So you're talking about expanding the parking on the north side of the building towards Janney?
If we don't have enough parking the way it is right now, my alternative was to take that. And I know that there's a manhole there, so I don't know how many feet away from that we have to be.
Okay, hold on just a moment. Staff, is that doable?
Well, I'll let him.
Because I'm trying to figure out where he's gonna put the parking, because this addition's gonna eat up most of where you have parking.
Jamie Knutson, city engineer, you're talking about a new driveway?
Well, we were just figuring to put a garage up there, but if I didn't have enough parking, what my alternative would be is to take it would be the east side of the driveway there.
Talking about this.
It would be to take this out and then concrete all that, so you're pulling directly in and backing directly out.
Jamie Knutson, city engineer, we'd have to review that a little closer. It's hard to tell from the aerial exactly the distances. There are certain requirements in the ordinance for driveways. They have to be so far away from the corner, so without being able to measure that, it'd be hard to tell if you'd be allowed to do that or not, so.
Okay, so this wasn't researched ahead of time when this request was made? I take it? Okay.
They weren't initially talking about parking opportunities.
I mean, it looks like that's about the only option.
Yeah, originally we wanted to see if this was doable the way that it sits right now.
Well, as you heard from the engineer, he's not sure. So,
Well, before, without taking the parking lot, without adjusting the parking lot, we were just gonna see if it would be feasible to do, just put the garage up, and right now we would have space for probably 4 to 5 cars the way after the garage is built. And yes, the shed will go away.
Jamie Knutson, city engineer, I'm not sure, even if you were allowed to have a driveway over there, how that increases the parking on your lot itself.
Right now, you would have to drive in and then take a left to get to the east parking lot. And typically, if there's 2 cars there, you don't want somebody to park behind you. If we opened that up, they could drive in, straight in, instead of, and then back straight out.
so you're talking about widening the driveway, widening it to the east?
As an alternative, yeah. Yeah, for parking arrangements.
I'm confused. Are you talking about the driveway off of Janney
Yes.
that you're gonna, okay, because I thought you said off of Vainsboro, and
Nope.
This is Schrader with staff. The zoning ordinance also prohibits for other than a single-family home or a two-family home, it prohibits parking that the movement is required to back out onto the street. So that would also be a concern. I think where he's talking about expanding that driveway, it's going to get awful close to the intersection of Janney and Amesboro. So engineering would have to review if they would even allow a driveway in that area. But if a driveway was allowed, it would still have to lead to parking spaces that you would get into and out of in a forward motion. You can't back out onto the street. So I don't know that it would add the number of parking you could fit on the site. As it sits right now, it's estimated that you'd get about 4 remaining parking spaces, not counting what's in the garage, which what's in the garage will work for the applicants, but it doesn't count towards the minimum required customer parking, which is 10. But yeah, they're asking for the approval for 4. We're recommending approval based on this specific use, but it will limit this site for future uses. If you get a regular retail use that looks to go into this site in the future. It's just not going to be very feasible unless they would figure out something to, such as taking down the attached garage or working out some other arrangement to add parking onto an adjacent property or something like that. And based on that concern is why we were recommending the condition that there be a covenant that would get recorded. That way in a future sale, it would get picked up as part of that, to where no one would be buying it if they knew that they were going to have a parking issue.
But we still haven't resolved the parking issue for his request. I mean, I don't know how this is going.
Well, there'd be
From the north side of that building to the edge of that parking lot, I don't know how you can pull a car in and park it or park it south and north.
You'd probably park it east and west parallel, would be my guess. I mean, but that's the setup that's there now. There's room for a couple on the west side, but even those, it's a very small parking lot as is before this garage is built. And, the maneuvering in and out of those areas on the west side is a little tricky as it is. And the area in front, it's, you certainly aren't going to get regular 90-degree parking in there, that's for sure.
So in our packet, on page 25 and 26, there's a picture of a proposed addition that's 20 by 26. And on page 26, it's 30 by 26. So if you went with the smaller footprint, would that, I don't know if that would help matters or not.
As the applicant can comment further, but as drawn, it would look like with the smaller footprint that it might fit, one space to the side, to the rear of the garage, and then you'd probably have room for two directly in front of the garage, so to speak, between the garage and Janie. And then you probably would have room for a couple parked east-west parallel to the front of the building.
Well, regardless, I was out by that way this afternoon, and I took a look at it, and to me, it looks like no matter what you do, you're gonna have to back out of it. There's just not maneuvering room to turn around and drive out that I could see.
As it sits now, depending on where you would park in the parking lot, I think you can back into the other portion of the parking lot and then drive out onto the street. That's not to say someone wouldn't just back out.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't technically be legal, but as it sits, there is a method of which you can avoid backing out onto the street.
All right.
Yeah, that's how they get out now. They'll just back straight up till they can see the driveway and then pull out, whether they're facing west or east. That's what they do, is they just back up into the next stall and pull out that way.
All right.
And I will say that when we were there with our Tahoe, it wasn't that difficult to back in and out. I mean, it wasn't, we pulled in, we parked just like somebody else would, and there was plenty of room. I was not concerned when
Where did you park? On the north side of the building?
we parked on both the east and the west side of the building.
So did you drive out or back out?
We backed out to the driveway and then pulled forward up through the driveway, but not into the street. We forward out to the street.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd mentioned a manhole. Where was that manhole at? Because I would think that's an easement, right? Oh,
It's in the right of way.
yeah, it'd be in the right of way, but it's not gonna be covered.
So there's no parking on the north side of Janney, and there's very limited parking on your side of Janney, on the street.
Yeah, typically you could get one on the east side and one on the west side of the driveway there. I have clients that come in with truck and trailers, and they'll park on the west side of the driveway there, right to the west side of the driveway, in between myself and then the apartment complex next door. And there's still 20 feet left there before you get into their parking.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak in favor of this request? Is there anybody that wishes to speak against this request?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Bozen.
Dave Boson. My question is, on the verbiage, the maximum number of customers they have per day during their busiest time is 22, which works out to 3 per hour. You can't tell me in an 8-hour day that they space themselves out 3 per hour.
Yeah.
You're going to have times when you're going to have more than 4 cars. It doesn't work out that way in real life.
Thank you. Anything else, sir?
That's it, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay. Board?
I know it, I mean, I'm inclined to think that, yeah, it definitely creates a parking crunch. It creates a potential future use problem, but that's not really what we're here to discuss. I do see the need, knowing a bit about the collectibles industry and having things of value and the part of town that it's in. And I'm kind of inclined to think that maybe safety is maybe the highest priority, and that I can definitely see the need for having some sort of security with the drive-in.
I have another question on, what is the distance between that, the end of your parking lot and that house that's to the west of your parking lot? I mean, does that? Yeah, right.
You talking about the apartment?
Yeah, the apartment.
The house to the west is actually an apartment.
I'm sorry.
I am not too sure how many feet that is away from the lot line on their side.
It appears to be about 15 feet.
15.
Yeah.
So a fire in that building, the garage, would not be impacted really to the apartment building.
Right. And the side
Would
yard,
they be required to sheetrock that wall?
Yep. And we had planned on that.
So because it's attached, you're gonna sheetrock the
Yep.
whole garage? Okay.
Yep. Just for safety all around for the house and the apartment complex that's next to us as well, too. We just want to enhance that corner as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Board? We're to a point where we need a motion.
I will make a motion that the request by Cedar Valley Coins and Collectibles for a variance to the rear yard setback requirements to allow for a 5-foot rear yard setback, 30 feet less than the 35 feet required to construct a 20 by 26, 520 feet attached accessory structure, and a variance to the parking requirements to allow for 4 parking spaces, 6 less than the 10 required in the C2 commercial district located at 1100 Ansborough Avenue be approved for the following reasons. There would appear to be a uniqueness to the setback request as the property faces Janney Avenue, and there is a buffering between the apartment complex and the proposed accessory structure. And there would appear to be a uniqueness to the parking variance request as the business is not a high intense retail use, but subject to the following conditions: that the final site plan must meet all applicable city codes and regulations, included but not limited to parking, landscaping, screening, drainage, setbacks, etc. And 2, if the property is sold or a new business opens in this location, the parking requirements will need to be reviewed for the new business and parking requirements met, or a new parking variance approved, and a deed restriction noting such be signed by the owner and recorded.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Okay, those in favor of the request say yes.
Yes.
Those against say no. No. It is passed. I will now relinquish the meeting to Madam Chairwoman Thornsberry. Welcome.
Apologize. Oh my goodness, my iPhone alarm failed me. I read about that and I suffered that consequence. All righty, we are on decision item number 3. It's a request by 5Bs LLC for a variance to the vehicular use area setback requirement to allow for a 1.3-foot setback, 3.7 feet less than the 5 feet required on the southeast property line. A variance to the vehicular use area setback requirement to allow for a 2-foot setback, 3 feet less than the 5 feet required on the northwest property line. A variance to the drive access with requirement to allow for an 18-foot wide access, 2 feet less than the 20 feet required, and a variance to the servicing depth requirement to allow for 3 inches hot mix asphalt, 1 inch less than the 4 inches required in the M1 Light Industrial District located southeast of 1907 Black Hawk Street. So there's 4 variances we're dealing with, right?
That is correct.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Staff report, please.
This is Schneider with staff. The applicant is requesting a variance to the vehicular use area setback requirement, the drive access width requirement, and a variance to the surfacing depth requirement for the construction of new mini storage units located southeast of 1907 Black Hawk Street. The property is located at the northeast corner of 18th Street and Black Hawk Street. The property in question is zoned M1 Light Industrial District and has been zoned as such since it was rezoned on February 7th, 1983. The request would not appear to have a negative impact upon the surrounding neighborhood and land use in the area, as there are other properties in the area that have concrete installed on the property line and have a less than 20-foot wide access drive. The request would not appear to have a negative impact on traffic conditions in the area. The surrounding area is composed of similar storage uses, dealerships, and contractor businesses. Sections of the zoning ordinance that pertain to this request, Chapter 25, off-street parking area required, 1025 2B, general regulations, and C, design and maintenance. No part of any vehicular use area or parking space shall be closer than 5 feet to any established street right-of-way, alley, or lot line. The applicant is proposing to install a vehicular use area 2 feet from the northwest property line and 1.3 feet from the southeast property line. The minimum driveway width other than between 2 rows of parking stalls shall be 15 feet for one-way access and 20 feet for two-way access. An 18-foot access drive is proposed along the northwest end of the property and one along the southeast end of the property. This is 2 feet less than the 20 feet required. All off-street vehicular use and parking areas shall be surfaced with a minimum of 4-inch hot mix asphalt on a 6-inch rock base or 5 inches of Portland cement concrete or other pavement design approved by the city engineer, as long as it is similar to hot mix asphalt or Portland concrete cement. 3 inches of hot mix asphalt is being proposed by the applicant, which is 1 inch less than the 4-inch thickness required by the zoning ordinance for hot mix asphalt surfacing. There would not appear to be a lack of reasonable return to the request, as the applicant could construct the paving areas with 20-foot wide access drives and have a setback of 5 feet from the property lines for the vehicular use areas and use 4 inches of hot mix asphalt. There would appear to be uniqueness to the request, as many of the surrounding properties have access drives smaller than 20 feet and have vehicular use areas up to the property lines, including the site directly to the northwest at 1907 Black Hawk Street. There has been no opposition to this request, and the area is currently composed of similar storage uses and dealerships. Therefore, staff recommends that the request by 5Bs LLC for a variance to the vehicular use area setback requirement to allow for a 1.3-foot setback, 3.7 feet less than the 5 feet required on the southeast property line, a variance to the vehicular use area setback requirement to allow for a 2-foot setback, 3 feet less than the 5 feet required on the northwest property line, a variance to the drive access width requirement to allow for an 18-foot wide access, 2 feet less than the 20 feet required, and a variance to the surfacing depth requirement to allow for 3 inches of hot mix asphalt, 1 inch less than the 4 inches required in the M1 Light Industrial District, located southeast of 1907 Blackhawk Street, to be approved for the following reasons. The request would not appear to have a negative impact upon the surrounding neighborhood and land use in the area. There would appear to be uniqueness to the request, as the applicant is requesting to slightly encroach into the required setbacks and have 1 inch less hot mix asphalt than required, and there has been no opposition to this request.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
Yeah. Why just 3 inches of asphalt? Why not 4?
That'd be something to ask the applicant.
I suppose, yeah.
Yep.
I didn't know if they, no, never mind.
Well, the ordinance does require 4 inches, so I'm curious about why we're going with 3.
We can ask the applicant then.
Yeah.
Aside from, yeah, we're gonna probably get the applicant.
Any questions for staff? No. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of this application?
My name is John Brundrat, 121 Goldcrest Court, Waterloo. I represent 5Bs on this lot here on the corner. For those of you that aren't familiar, we acquired this lot. We've been leasing this lot from the city of Waterloo for approximately 6 years now. We've been working to develop this lot for 6 years with a third contractor since 2004, take on this project to try to get something done since they rebuilt the 18th Street Bridge. So I can answer all your questions in regard to all there's a number of variances. I know it looks like a lot. It's really a lot of little minor details. And I'll start with the 3 inch hot mix versus the 4 inch hot mix. If you look at the layout of the plan and the width of the narrow, and Noel or Jamie can answer this question probably better. Why do they require the 4 inch hot mix? It's the same reason they require the 5 or the 6 inch concrete. It's to take the weight of the vehicles, right? We typically, I know we look at the fire department's heaviest ladder truck and what that weighs in at, and what do we need to support that without crushing the driveway. The way this is lined up, the way this is set up, there will never be a fire truck inside that gated entry because it's not big enough, right? So when you go to the neighbor's property, you don't get a fire truck inside that. You don't get a semi inside that. You will never have enough room to get a large, heavy vehicle into that. So if we can cut costs, take 1 inch off that entire lot of all that asphalt, it adds up to real money. We're not opposed to the 4 inch. We're saying there's no need for the 4 inch because it'll never come into play. There will never be a vehicle on that driveway to need the 4 inch support of that site. So if that makes sense, that's kind of where we came up with the 3 inch as a cost saving measure in order to reduce some of our costs in that project. We're not opposed to the 4 inch. We're just trying to cut some cost out of it at this time.
This project
Yes, sir.
is an extension of what's already there. You already have some storage units.
So that's a very good question. So we do not, we only own the corner lot. We do not own the storage units next door. So I'm a developer contractor. I can tell you that I do have a signed, accepted purchase agreement with the owner of the storage units next door. But because we acquired this property within a development agreement with the city of Waterloo, we are unable to structure a deal that allows us to, we can't come to you guys and ask to split the parcels into one big one, right? If I own half and they own the other half. So I have to build this as a standalone project, come back to you guys after the project has been done. We've met our minimum assessed value that has been required per the agreement that we have with the city. And then those guys will take it from there. If they wish to pull the fence out at that point in time, which I believe that's their intent, then that's up to them. So we're here to let this as a standalone project. It does meet all the requirements of our development agreement, and it gets really close to meeting all the setbacks as a standalone.
But at some point, the two will join as one, or no?
That's up to the future owners. That's not up to me, sir.
All right, you're just building.
I'm just building and selling.
Got it.
That's right.
Okay. What's staff's position on this 3 versus 4? We heard from the applicant.
Jamie Knudsen, city engineer, and Mr. Burnett's correct that planning staff asked about this. The 3 inches over the rock for this particular application is probably just going to be just fine. We're not expecting semis, you're not expecting large fire trucks, things like that. So in this particular application, we feel that the 3 inches of asphalt is going to be just fine.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak against this application? Mr. Bozen? I'm hearing none.
Signed off.
Yeah, well, he's not there, yeah. All right, any other questions? All right, Chair will entertain a motion.
As soon as I get to it, I'll make the motion.
Maybe 31?
Yeah, 29?
Yeah.
Or no,
31.
31, I'm sorry. I will move that the request by 5B's LLC for variance to the vehicular use area setback requirement to allow for a 1.3-foot setback, which is 3.7 feet less than the 5 feet required on the southeast property line, a variance to the vehicular use area setback requirement to allow for a 2 feet setback, 3 feet less than the 5 feet required on the northwest property line, a variance to the drive access width requirement to allow for an 18-foot wide access, 2 feet less than the 20 feet required, and a variance to the surfacing depth requirement to allow for 3 inches of hot mix asphalt, 1 inch less than the 4 inches required in the M1 Light Industrial District located southeast of 1907 Blackhawk Street, be approved for the following reasons. The request would not appear to have a negative impact upon the surrounding neighborhood and land use in the area. There would appear to be a uniqueness to the request as the applicant is requesting to slightly encroach into the required setbacks and have 1 inch less hot mix asphalt than required, and there has been no opposition to this request.
I'd second that.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Say aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
There's always got to be one.
Who doesn't follow directions? Thank you. All right. Our fourth decision item tonight is a request for Masjid Al Noor Islamic Center for a variance to the parking requirements to allow for 65 parking spaces, 25 less than the 90 required, and a variance to the hard surfacing requirements to allow for a gravel area to allow for semi-trucks to turn around in the C2 Commercial District located at 2110 Sager Avenue. Staff report, please.
First of all, you all received pictures that were taken Friday afternoon at the site. So if there's any questions on those later. The applicant's requesting a variance to the parking requirements to allow for a parking lot with 65 spaces, 25 less than the 90 required, making a previous temporary variance permanent, and the variance to the hard surfacing requirements to allow for a gravel area in order to allow for semi-trucks to park. There was some confusion whether it was turnaround or parking, and they stated it was for parking. The property is located at 2110 Sager Avenue, is Zone C2 Commercial District, zone as such since the adoption of the zoning ordinance in 1969. Sections of zoning ordinance pertains to this request. Chapter 25, off-street parking required. 10-25-1D, parking required. And Chapter 25, off-street parking required. 10-25-1C2, surfacing and access. The applicants are requesting a variance to the parking requirements to allow for a parking lot with 65 parking spaces, 25 less than the 90 required. The site was originally approved for a 2-year temporary variance on March 23rd, 2011, and staff has not received any complaints about the parking situation. The applicants are also requesting a variance to allow for gravel areas where it allows semi-trucks to park and not to damage their hard surfacing. At the November 26, 2024 meeting, the Board of Adjustment voted 5-0 to table the item since there was nobody to represent the applicant at the meeting. It should be noted that the applicant's website does instruct the trucks to park in the gravel areas, which clearly indicates that the applicant may need additional parking in gravel areas. and they're being used for parking. Lack of reasonable criteria, lack of reasonable return, and not appear to be a lack of reasonable return, as the applicant could create enough parking spaces and hard surfacing to turn around in the gravel areas and other gravel parking areas. Uniqueness, there would not appear to be uniqueness to request that it appears that the gravel areas are being used for parking, therefore it would appear that they need additional parking and which should be paved. Public considerations, approval of variance would appear to have a negative impact on the surrounding areas by setting a precedent for similar requests. Therefore, staff recommends that the request for the variance to the parking requirements to allow for 65 parking spaces, 25 less than the 90 required, and the variance to the hard surface requirements to allow for a gravel area, to allow for semi-trucks to park in the C2 commercial district located at 2110 Sager Avenue be denied for the following reasons. There would not appear to be a lack of reasonable returns. The applicants could hard surface all vehicular use areas and provide additional parking. There appears to be no uniqueness to the request, as the applicants have had time to expand their parking properly. However, if the existing gravel area to the west of the existing paved parking lot was properly paved, it would provide an additional approximately 17 parking stalls, which would make it the site 8 stalls less than the 90 required, and remove the 2 gravel areas to the east of the driveway, which we have concerns about being so close to the street. Staff would recommend approval of the variance to allow for 82 parking spaces.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. There's someone in the audience that'd like to speak in favor of this application. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hello there. My name is Hasudin Solkovic, and I am representing Masjid al-Nur Islamic Center.
Thank you. Welcome.
So you want me to state the request, you said?
You're speaking in favor of this, obviously.
Right.
And,
Sorry, it's my first time at a city council meeting,
that's
so I'm
okay.
not sure how this exactly works. So
Yeah, so typically we ask the questions, and there's questions here that, about the requirement for parking and all.
Right.
And parking on the gravel and all. Help us
Yep,
understand
yep. So
your
normally,
position.
throughout the week, we don't have a huge need for parking, except once a week we have our sermon. Ours is on Fridays, and the normal church sermon is on Sundays. So we do have a little bit of overflow, and we need that, additional space. And occasionally, sometimes a truck driver without a trailer comes by, and we would like to, avoid the wear and tear on our regular parking. So normally throughout the week, 20 spaces is more than enough, but we do have that Friday sermon, which there is some overflow.
Are those trucks going to your,
Are the trucks going, I'm sorry?
are they going, the trucks, the semis, are they going onto your property?
They are, yes, the people that are coming there with the trucks, they're usually drivers from, the local area, and they'll come there from their work, because Friday is a working day, and then they'll park there.
Oh, I see. They're coming for services on Friday from work.
Yep, yep,
Gotcha. I
yep,
didn't
yep,
understand
yep.
where they were coming from. Thank you. Pardon?
I didn't either.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm glad you said something.
Okay, what questions do we have for
So
the applicant, please?
you have individuals that are coming, that drive semi-trucks, that are coming to your mosque for service,
Correct.
and they're driving on to your property, into your parking lot?
They used to, before we started instructing them, please park in this designated gravel area, for a couple of reasons. The wear and tear, and the other reason is not to block other traffic, because those vehicles are, quite large.
There's signage right at your entrance that says
Right.
no trucks.
Yep, that was recently put in there, yep.
And that's going to stay.
As of right now, yes, that was our intention.
So all right, take the signs away for the moment. truck shows up and they're parking on this gravelled portion of your property, but you don't want them there.
The signs say that they direct the truck drivers to park in a specific spot, not no trucks. So if you look at the sign again, it says beyond this point. So no trucks beyond this point, not no trucks at all. So we are instructing them to park before that point,
Before the sign,
before the sign.
there's not that much room there to park.
Yeah, so we're instructing them to go to the right, basically, and before that sign.
I don't think,
You're not, oh, can I,
Pardon?
you're not, can I speak? or
Yes, please.
Question. So you're not requiring them to park in a traveled portion of Sager? They just pull in and park on Sager and then go to your service? Because they see the sign, no trucks beyond this point?
Correct, yep, that's what's been going on as of, since those signs have been put up.
So you didn't direct them to park there? Or
Correct.
did you?
but they can park there, yes or no, staff?
know.
Is this
Can they
a city sign?
No, that's a private sign.
Private sign.
Yeah.
Well,
There's parking along one side of Sager. I think.
Yes.
Yeah, but there's trucks on both sides.
correct. There was trucks on both sides parked when I was there.
So are we talking about, is he talking about parking here?
Yeah, that gravel area. That's the one we most have concerns about because it's so close to the street and the driveway.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work.
Okay, so which one are we asking for pavement?
It'd be along the,
This one?
yeah,
That
that one
one?
right there.
And that one is,
Is that right
is
along
this
the-
this one?
No, that's the paved area. This is closer to the street. So if you look in the picture, they're on the
Oh, there we
right-hand
go.
side there.
Yeah,
Are
yeah,
you
yeah.
looking at this or this,
Well,
or both?
the larger area, the one we recommended pay hard surface is
so
this area.
Hey, over here, this is where he wants to put.
But what about these two?
Yeah.
We're asking for them to be removed.
All right,
Okay, so this gravel area here,
Yeah.
where's the signs on here? Where's Sager here?
Sign basically right there.
Yeah. And this is what we want paved?
Right. And I mean, if,
And this is paved.
There's a smaller one across from that.
Is there
That's
any
gotta
way
be
you can-
removed.
is there any way you can highlight the area they want paved on the screen? Maybe not.
Yeah.
yeah, so basically what we want paved is right there, so.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
I'm just saying that would be,
The people.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's, because that's coming from television, so that we don't have it.
all right,
Oh,
I thought maybe it was
Right.
a read from your computer.
No, I only have control of these, which are not on television.
okay.
All right,
Let's take away the trucks for just a moment. Do you understand that the city would like you to pave this gravelled area where cars are parking?
Yep, we understand that, yep.
Are you willing to do that?
I believe there was a temporary variance that was allowed for a couple of years ago, and obviously we've had a change of administration there, so we're getting the chance to look at this again, and not at the moment, but we would like obviously some time to do some planning there.
And staff is willing to allow them to have a temporary variance, but with a hard condition that it's done before the variance is over.
Yeah, before it expires, right?
Exactly.
Okay. All right, so that would be let's see, where is it? Pave this area
Correct.
with a temporary variance
Right.
for 2 years or something. And And then what, do we have to deal with the,
Then you have to deal with the 2 gravel areas on the east side of the driveway.
So on page 34, we had a 2-year temporary variance approved in 2011.
That was for the number of parking spaces.
Number of parking spaces? When was the, okay.
that was it.
So we don't have a variance for the gravel area.
No, there was no variance for the gravel area.
Okay, so help me now with these 2 gravel areas. What is the intent here?
We're recommending they be removed.
This is Schrader with staff. Yeah, staff is recommending that those 2 gravel areas on the east side of the drive just be removed. Alternatively, the applicant could choose to pave them as well, although the one is too close to the street. There's a minimum 5-foot setback there. But if they don't want to do that much pavement, if they just pave the area on the west, we're approximating, that would add, is it 17, right?
Yeah,
That would
approximately
add
17.
17 stalls, which we feel would get them, they're still a little under the 90 required, but then that's a number that we feel is a reasonable variance to give them. If they choose to pave more on the east side too, that would be fine, but we're recommending that the gravel area on the west side of the drive be paved. That'll give them about 19 additional stalls.
Yeah.
And then those 2 areas on the east be removed, or alternatively, they could decide to pave them if properly paved and located.
And located, okay. Do you understand that?
Yep, I understand that. I guess, is there a time requirement for this?
Yeah, and then whatever the board would
Yes.
feel reasonable. If you want to give them 1 year, 2-year temporary variance to do that, that's fine.
Okay, good. So the suggestion is to pave the larger gravel, so you'll get additional 19 parking spots, which would be, make it 82, so 8 less than the 90 required. And then on this east side, there are 2 gravel lots, and that if you pave the one closest to the road, you'd have to make sure that you comply with all of the ordinances for setbacks
Okay,
and all of
understood.
that.
Well, the
Yes.
one closest to the road, I mean,
Yeah.
that would need a variant, that's too close to the road.
So it really couldn't.
Yeah, exactly. So that one, yeah, we want removed.
So this, the one closest to Sager
Is a no.
is a no because it would not meet the ordinances, the setbacks and all of that.
I thought you were talking about the other one too.
Well, he could if he wished.
It's far enough away if they properly hard surfaced that, if they were,
All right.
yeah.
They could make a,
Yeah.
But he's not even sure he wants to pave the portion that we're contemplating giving him a variance to. So
I heard you say that you are considering paving, if we give you a variance, give you some time,
Yep.
that you would pave that area on the west side.
Yep, and we would have to work with a planner to really determine what the best plan is. We're not sure what that is at the moment, but we're taking some recommendations. I'm sorry.
You do understand the area we're talking about? It's that
The long stretch,
On the east side there,
on the west.
west side.
on the west side?
Right.
Yep, I understand.
The area that they want paved.
Yep.
And then you could point the one they want removed on Sager there at the bottom.
The one by the
Yeah.
driveway there, yep.
Yeah,
Yep, okay.
The other one that's gravel is either go away or pave.
pave it or
Okay,
plant grass.
no,
On that.
understand.
All right, so the motion would be to offer a temporary variance to pave, how do we describe this? The west area, gravel area, the west?
Well, first of all, you need a variance, a variance to the parking requirements to allow
Yeah.
for the number of parking spaces.
Chicken or egg here.
Temporary variance to allow the gravel for X.
Right.
And they're connected, though.
Correct.
Yeah, you can't have one without the other. All right, so the first motion would be to allow a variance for, well, if they do that, then it will
82
be
parking.
82.
82, 8 less than the 90 required.
Yeah.
That's approximate from what we measured with GIS in their
Okay.
existing gravel area.
All righty. So 82 parking spaces, 8 less than the 90 required, so that variance. And the second one would be a temporary variance for 1 or 2 years, whatever we choose, to allow for that west parking lot to be hard surfaced. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. Chair would entertain a motion. Yes, sir. You have a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't you have to pave that west parking lot in order to get the 82 spaces?
Yes. I mean, but we're giving them time to actually get it paved.
Okay. All right.
It's like it's married together for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
Dave Boson. I think it's important to remember that very seldom does staff ever recommend a denial of an application. And they're recommending denial of this application. Also, they've had 15 years to get in compliance with the 90 parking spaces. March 23 of 2025, that's 14 years. And they had a 2-year variance on parking spaces. And this isn't the only application that's coming 10 years behind a variance. And whether it fell through the cracks or whether we're not doing follow-up, but this probably should have been addressed in 2013. And the frustrating part about it is that they've had 14 years to be in compliance with the 90 parking spaces. And that's really frustrating to me. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I appreciate your thoughts. And in the time that I've served on this board, we have dealt with several denials and approved them. So it's not that unusual. So I would entertain a motion regarding the variance for 82 parking spaces, 8 less than the 90 required, and a temporary variance for an allotted amount of time for hard surfacing the gravel parking lot on the west side.
What do we feel is a 1 year? That was my, I'm not inclined to go beyond a year.
Okay.
Because of that. My suggestion to you all would be to, regardless of your administrative head, currently would be to appoint a group to be in charge of this, because it can't go longer. It has been the 2-year variance is almost old enough to vote. So you need to get your house in order and to do it sooner rather than later.
The Schrader staff, whatever the board decides they want to, is, I just going to point out that if you do a 1-year variance, 1 year from now is going to put you in January 2026, which isn't exactly a time period when you can typically be putting down new pavement. But I'm not saying don't do a 1 year, because then they pretty much know they need to get it that
Well, 1 year is the
summer, fall
maximum, not
before.
the minimum.
You've got 6 or 8 months in between those two times that they can do it. And 14 years that they've had to do it.
Okay.
But that's,
May I have a motion then?
I didn't write that down, so I'm a little lost. I could say so moved with 1 year, but if you want to,
Okay.
if you want to read that out loud, I'll say so moved.
All right, so the variance is to allow for 82 parking spaces, 8 less than the 90 required, and a temporary variance to the hard surfacing requirements.
So that 82 then is a permanent variance.
Correct.
Yes, okay. That's,
Yep,
just making sure I understand.
Yep, that's 82 places, parking places, and a temporary variance of 1 year to hard surface the west gravel lot. Is that definitive enough?
Yes.
Okay,
What about the other two?
thank you.
Yes,
And then to remove,
A condition to remove.
yes.
on conditions to remove the east parking lot closest to Sager Avenue, and to remove or hard surface the parking lot next to the building?
Well, that's not,
that's
that's
another
existing
parking
parking,
Oh,
so.
existing parking.
Yep.
I guess any remaining gravel.
That would work.
Yep.
Yep.
So exactly that, so moved.
It's moved.
Condition, okay. Is there a second? We need a second to vote.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hear the names then,
Roll call?
or just make sure you know which ones are.
All right. Schmidt said aye.
Nay.
Halderman, no. Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion fails. So where does that leave the applicant?
Those that voted no, is there any different motion that you?
Yeah. Or we could separate them and give them the variance for the parking. But it's unconditional of the gravel.
And I think it needs to be.
Huh?
And I think it needs to be.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. So what would bring you to yes? If we need to get them to pave that gravel?
Certainly less than a year.
Okay, we're in dead winter now,
Right.
so I don't know when you can do asphalt.
I mean,
May?
I would say, well,
Well, they've got till October, November.
yeah, October,
To pour concrete.
October 30th is usually when you can stop paving.
Yes, sir,
Jamie
please.
Knutson, city engineer. Realistically, you shouldn't be going any later than probably October 31st. Halloween would be the last. You can reasonably go without having to do extreme measures to start paving when it gets cold.
Okay,
So when would you be able to start paving?
Crystal ball, assuming we don't get a bunch of snow, there's about a foot of frost, everything starts, figure middle of April, somewhere in there, they should be able to get started. You want to be able to leave them enough time to get a contractor on board and get a quote and get all that
If
stuff.
they
So
could get a contractor now.
they could, certainly,
lined up,
yes. Yep.
So that they could start.
so can you pour concrete when the ground is frozen?
No, you should not do that. That is very bad.
Okay. Just wondering. All right, so is there an opening to say that the parking lot would be paved by November 1st, 2025?
I could live with that, but it has to happen.
Yep, well, if it doesn't, it's big trouble. Yes, sir? Oh,
I have no problem at all with the variance to the number of stalls. But it's the timeline, because as Mr. Boson said, that's been 14 years.
so would you be happier with September 1st?
I would.
May, June, July, August, September?
About October 1st, we'll split the difference.
October 1st, that would be fine too, but
Okay, so
that's what, 9 months, 8 months?
yeah, and they could deal with the contracting now
Right,
to get prepared. Because we have really no snow, they can measure.
right.
Sir?
So we'd repeat what we already did to some level and then add in the the time element,
The change of the temporary variance
right?
moved from January to.
I say you just say the original variance for the number of parking spots, and then
The temporary
temporary
variance,
variance to October 1st.
2025.
I got a
82.
question.
Yes, sir.
Does that work within your budgets?
It's got to.
I mean, yeah.
It's got to.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Does it work within your budget to get that paid by October?
I can't pick that up, I'm sorry.
Does that work within your budget to get that paid for by October 1st?
By beginning of October, you said, or?
October 1st, 2025.
We'll make an attempt. You know, we're a nonprofit organization, and these are obviously challenges we face, but we'll make an attempt. You know, I'm kind of walking into this, you know, unknowingly, you know, of the history of it, but, you know, now that, you know, we know more, and I'm part of the administration, we'll certainly make an attempt to raise the funds and then.
To the mic.
My name is Raja Akbar, and originally, you know, we had requested variance for our parking, and really that was sufficient. We just have seen within this last, I would say maybe 5 or 6 months, more people coming, which is a nice problem to have.
Yes.
For a place like this, but I don't know if it is going to be sustained or continued. So our parking normally is adequate. It's just within this time that we have noticed some increase in numbers. And I hope that it is permanent and it stays that way. That will be good for us because that's that many more people to give us donations to do what we need to do. So we'll have to work on, have a fundraising go on and see if we can collect all the funds and get started. I really don't think that 13 years, 14 years is what, this was done just within the last year or two, you know, this gravel thing. But before that, we had adequate parking. We were not overflowing or anything. In fact, we were having some empty spots.
But you still weren't in compliance. So the rule predated the gravel. So you were, even if you weren't using them, there was a rule in place that said that you must have X number of spaces. And because it wasn't an issue yet, was why there wasn't much of an issue. But it was still not in compliance with the law.
And secondly, when we added the second building, and I don't remember the time frame, at that time we added about 8 or 9 or 10, I don't know how many more parking spots. So with those added, I don't know if we have that up-to-date number. 65 would go to that much higher. And then, of course, this gravel will add more. And we knew that, you know, that at some point we will have to do it. But there have been, you know, as you know, a lot of expenses and a lot of needs. And we are currently working on a project which is not fully finished yet, and we need more funds. And now this will require raising more funds. So I will appreciate if city will be patient and give us time to raise enough money and get it done. We do want to get it done. But it is not 13 years that we are waiting on this particular issue.
Just to let you know, the original variance was for 55 parking spaces. However, when I went back to your site, I noticed you had 65. That's why the variance.
Yeah, so those were added.
Yeah, I added those into the calculation.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for your words. All right,
So we got
we have a
start of
motion.
a motion,
Yes.
but I want to, with the, how's the wording? With the stipulation that no semi-trucks can drive onto the property, as the signs that you have posted state so. If they want to show up for services, they're going to have to park their truck on the street. So we're taking the semi-truck factor out of this whole request.
Can we do that?
Can we do that?
Yeah, about,
Well, it's a condition. You can add conditions to the.
I just added a condition.
Yep.
okay. So the motion, shall I repeat it, that Mr. Beckman made?
Please.
All right. We are authorizing a variance to the parking places to be, there will be 82 parking places, which are 8 less than the 90 required, and a temporary variance that will expire October 1st, 2025, that will hard surface the gravel area to the west gravel area, and remove
All remaining gravel
all remaining gravel
with the
stipulation, condition that no semi-trucks can be parked on the property.
So it was my motion?
Yeah, that's your
Okay,
motion.
so it's my motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I have to say aye. Aye.
Aye. And 1 no. Motion carries. You have your variance and your temporary variance, but the date is October 1, 2025. Thank you. All righty. Our 5th decision item tonight is a request by Levi Architecture on behalf of Ascension Lutheran Church for a special permit for 5,252 square foot daycare building that is accessory and incidental to the church with a future addition of 2,176 square feet in a R2 1 and 2 family residence district located at 2211 Maynard Avenue. Staff report, please.
This is Geilman with staff. So the Ascension Lutheran Church is requesting construct a 5,252 square foot daycare building with a future addition of 2,176 square feet. This request would not appear to have an impact on the surrounding area as the daycare will be accessory and incidental to the existing church. The property in question is zoned R2 1 and 2 Family Residence District and has been zoned as such since the adoption of the zoning ordinance in 1969. The surrounding land uses to the north is Valley View Park, zoned R2 1 and 2 Family Residence District. To the south is the commercial building, zoned C2. To the east is single-family residential, zoned R2. And to the west is the YMCA, zoned C2. The religious facility on the property was built in 1991. An 840 square foot detached garage was added in 2009. The single-family residences to the east were built primarily between 1953 and 1981, and the commercial building to the south was built in the 1950s and recently remodeled. No portion of the property is located in a floodplain zone. The Ascension Lutheran Church is planning to use this building for a daycare for 3-year-olds. They also will operate a nature preschool during the day for participants. A special permit is required for all religious facilities. The building will be run by the church and be accessory and incidental to the church, so a special permit is needed. A standalone daycare building is not allowed in the R2 1 and 2 Family Residence District. Other religious facilities in the area have had daycares allowed through special permit when they were accessory and incidental to the primary use. However, they were not standalone buildings but attached to the main religious facility. If this special permit is approved, the property could never be split unless rezoned to allow for the daycare. The Ascension Lutheran Church has provided a signed letter stating that they understand that the structure and program are accessory and incidental to the church, and that there is no intention to split off this part of the property from the church. Parking for daycare facilities requires 1 space for each 2 employees on the maximum shift, plus 1 space for each 15 attendees. The site plan currently shows 3 regular parking spaces and 1 handicap parking space, but there are parking spaces in the existing parking lot for the church as well. In the technical review committee meeting, the engineering department stated they were okay with the detention on the site, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 5-0. Therefore, staff recommends that the request
for a special permit to allow construction of a 5,252 square foot daycare building that is accessory and incidental to the church with a future addition of 2,176 square feet be approved for the following reasons. It is accessory and incidental to the religious facility. The request is consistent with the future land use map and comprehensive plan, and the request would not appear to have any impact on the surrounding uses or vehicular or pedestrian traffic in the area.
Just really quick, since Joseph will have to leave for the county meeting, just like to introduce our newest planner. Joseph just started it. Would have started the week you guys canceled your meeting. So,
Well, welcome, thank you. Questions for staff?
How much, how much fill will be needed to bring this building up to?
Is that the architect question or a staff question?
is the applicant here?
Yeah, please. State your name and address, please.
Mike Toll with Levi Architecture, 3228 Cedar Heights Drive in Cedar Falls.
Thank you.
So my question would be the fill that's gonna take to bring it up to the parking lot.
Oh, no, actually, it's set down by the existing grades. So that driveway that you saw actually slopes down to the parking stalls that are down there. So we're not building all that up. We're nestling that down in those existing trees and the existing flat area that's already there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to see that in 2D view like that.
I didn't get that. But then water runoff is not really gonna be an issue in terms of.
Correct. Yeah, they've, I think already had a drainage plan approved by engineering on this project.
Yeah, the plan shows it for retention.
Is this daycare open to the public? Or who's going to be utilizing
I think
this?
it's more or less of a preschool, so it's 3-year-old and up. And it's this new thing, it's a nature school, so it's supposedly like a third of the children's time there is spent outdoors.
But is it specific to the congregants of that church, or is it open to?
I'm sure they get first chance, but they would obviously open it up because I think there'd be 20 or less kids probably in this space is all, with a couple teachers there. So I'm not 100% sure if it's open to the public yet. That's maybe a decision the owner can decide if they need extra numbers to fill the space.
Okay, this is probably staff. So if at some point down in the future, this building is sold, because it's part of the church.
Right.
If it is sold and the church still exists, and somebody opens up some sort of a business in this building, how do they access this?
Well, number one, you'd have an issue because it'd have to go through a full rezoning process because it's in a residential neighborhood. It's zoned R2. Second, they would have to figure out access because or easement. I mean, it would be very complicated to sell it off as separate.
And that goes back to the letter that was included in the packet that from the church acknowledging that their intent's not to sell or parcel this off at all. And if it would change use from a childcare, it'll still be used by the church for something approved by the city. Yeah, in advance. If we do we have this on several other projects, a site plan amendment form that we have to fill out and go through review if we do want to change the use of the building. So the owners fully understand that.
On page 56 in our package is.
I got the letter.
Yep, second paragraph.
Yep.
Okay.
Just going to say never say never.
Yeah, right,
True.
exactly, yeah.
It's kind of neat, the nature school. Other questions for the architect? For staff? All right.
Is there anybody here that could answer the licensure of that building? Is that, are you gonna hire outside staff, or is this gonna be people within the church staffing this? Do you
How
know
they're
that?
staffing
Maybe
it,
not.
I'm not sure on the program side of that yet. I mean, obviously, they'll have to work with HHS and licensing to be a licensed center, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, there's all regulations that we've had to meet, well, for that, toilet counts and all that stuff per child.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joseph, for the.
All right. Chair will entertain a motion.
Anybody against it?
Oh, yeah, is anyone in the audience against it, against this application? All right. Chair will entertain a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the request by Levi Architecture on behalf of Ascension Lutheran Church for a special permit for a 5,252 square foot daycare building that is accessory and incidental to the church with a future addition of 2,176 square feet in an R2 1 and 2 family residence district located at 2211 Maynard Avenue for the following reasons. Number one, it is accessory and incidental to the religious facility. Number two, the request is consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. Number three, the request would not appear to have a negative impact on the surrounding uses or vehicle or pedestrian traffic in the area.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second that, or, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, give it to Mr. Tom.
I think it's a cool project.
Yeah.
I do too.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposition, motion carries. All righty. Our goodness.
Get out into the country.
Number 6 on page 58 is a request by King Automotive for a special permit to allow for an expansion of an existing salvage yard with fencing located at 275 Rampart Lane in the M1 Light Industrial District. Staff report.
This is Tamala with staff. The applicant is requesting to expand an existing salvage yard. The request for the special permit would not appear to have a negative impact on the surrounding area, as it is located adjacent to the existing salvage yard area in an industrial zoned area, and the existing salvage yard is already operating with no known issues. The proposed special permit would not appear to have a negative impact on vehicular or pedestrian traffic in the area, as a salvage yard already exists, and the proposed expansion would not appear to impact traffic. The site is accessed from Rampart Lane, which is a private street. Independence Avenue, a collector street, serves Rampart Lane. The area in question is zoned M1 Light Industrial District and has been zoned as such since the adoption of the zoning ordinance in 1969. Recently, the south lot was rezoned from C2 Commercial District to M1 Light Industrial District. The surrounding land use and their zoning are as follows. North, Benton Sand and Gravel, zoned A1 Agricultural District. South, Single Family Residences, zoned R3 Multiple Residence District and C2 Commercial District. East, Benton Sand and Gravel, zoned M1 Light Industrial District. And West, Waterloo Oil, zoned M1 Light Industrial District. The zoning ordinance requires that an 8-foot fence that is uniform height and color and new landscaping for new fence sections along street frontages surrounding all salvage yards. The proposed request would not appear to have a negative impact on the drainage in the area. The proposed site plans include a proposed extension facility. The property is located within a Zone AE 100-year floodplain, which is a special flood hazard area as indicated by the 2024 FEMA floodplain maps. There is a 8-foot and 24-foot sanitary line located under Independence Avenue. An overhead electric line runs along the east side of Rampart Lane. The applicant is requesting a special permit to allow for an expansion of an existing salvage yard with fencing. Recently, additional storage unit was approved on the site in question in similar conditions. King Automotive took over operations from Midwest Auto Parts in the summer of 2021. King Automotive has had no violations during the salvage yard inspection since 2021. The proposed expansion is located south of the existing salvage yard and will create an additional fenced area of approximately 124,361 square feet. A portion of the property in question is located within a floodway. However, the proposed site plan does not show any filler fencing within the floodway. The site plan shows the fencing being set back 8 feet from the property line along Rampart Lane, with 31 2-foot understory trees to meet the minimum requirements. The site plan shows fencing surrounding the proposed expansion areas, but labels it as 6 feet high solid fencing. The zoning ordinance requires the fencing to be 8 feet high. The applicant did recently install a crossing on Blowers Creek to connect between the existing salvage yard and the expansion area. The crossing will require DNR approval as it is within a floodway. On November 20th, 2017, the City Council approved Ordinance 5426, amending the City of Waterloo zoning ordinance as it pertains to salvage yards. The goal of the change was to encourage salvage yards to operate in a more sustainable way by applying the concepts of the Iowa Recyclers Association iCare program, and the applicant will be required to follow the new ordinance. The Planning, Programming, and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval of their request at their January 14th, 2025 meeting. Engineering expressed concerns regarding the unauthorized stream crossing that is in the floodplain. The fire department mentioned that proper fire access should be maintained. Therefore, staff recommends that the request by King Automotive for a special permit to allow for an expansion of an existing salvage yard with fencing located at 275 Rampart Lane in the M1 Light Industrial District to be approved for the following reasons. The request is in conformance with the comprehensive plan and future land use map for this area. The request would not appear to have a negative impact on traffic conditions in the area, and the request would not appear to have a negative impact on the surrounding area, with the following conditions: that the proposed fencing meets the 8-foot high requirement, that the stream crossing is approved by DNR and local floodplain development permit, and the final site plan will meet all applicable city codes, regulations, etc., including but not limited to parking, landscaping, drainage, and etc. Any questions?
Thank you.
Yeah, can you put salvaged cars in a floodway? Okay.
The applicant's here, so.
Could there be another condition, number 4, that the applicant is required to follow the Iowa Recyclers Association iCare program?
Well, that's automatic by getting the special permit, because the ordinance says
I
that
am
they
a-
have to follow it.
All
I
right.
am a member of the Iowa Auto Recyclers and the iCare program.
And what is your name and address, please?
I'm Jerry King, owner of King Automotive Salvage Center.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. King?
Yeah, can you store cars in the floodway?
No, you cannot store cars in the floodplain. And I've had an engineer come out and they've engineered this whole thing. There's a section of that on that map that's marked out that will not be able to be used. Next to the creek, there's probably 25, 30 foot along there that's gonna have to be, just grassland.
Okay.
Unless, somehow the DNR goes and redoes their map 10 years from now or something.
Okay, thank
But
you.
Mr. Powers?
So has the DNR reviewed this and gave their approval for this expansion? The DNR?
I didn't know the DNR had to approve if I'm not in the floodplain.
No, they have to approve the crossing that they built.
Yeah, that's
That
what
would be the other-
the guy that was over here in the corner, he's helping me with getting the DNR stuff all taken care of, but we really didn't foresee any problems with that.
Jamie Knutson, city engineer. I'll attempt to answer for the planning's floodplain expert. As long as he is above the 100-year floodplain, he is able to put his cars there. Also, with the city participating in the flood insurance maps, most of these permits go to Eric Schrader to be handled and signed off locally, rather than through the DNR.
But there's still concerns. I guess is the more appropriate question, should we table this until this all is cleaned up?
I can tell you from the engineering side, we've looked at it, everything that they're doing, it meets all of our ordinances, including not having anything in the floodplain. Again, they've got to have stuff above the 100-year. The floodway, they can't put anything in regardless. So there is that difference there, so.
In our packet on page 63, it says engineering expressed concerns regarding the unauthorized stream crossing.
So they had initially at some point, and I'm not sure exactly when, they had installed a crossing in Blowers Creek without getting proper DNR permits. And that's one of the conditions on this, that they have to get that approved by the DNR prior to, and maybe that was Mr. Powers, your question, and I apologize that I didn't make that connection. But yes, they have to get that taken care of through the DNR, either getting it approved, and I know they have reached out to VJ Engineering to look at that stuff, or remove it, one or the other, whatever the DNR is going to require, because that is a studied flood plain through there.
So help me understand again what you said that Mr. Schrader does with,
So to put that in there, the DNR will look at that. I thought Mr. Powers was asking about storing the cars in the floodplain, when he was asking about the crossing in the floodplain. The stream crossing itself, yes, will need to be reviewed by the DNR, and they will either allow it as is or deny it. Then the actual permit will go to Mr. Schrader to actually sign off on the permit, but the DNR will review it. Even, as an example, even our things that require bridges and stuff like that, stream crossings for our bridges, the DNR reviews it, but Mr. Schrader is still the one that signs off on it because, again, he's the local floodplain administrator.
Okay.
But if they deny, if DNR denies it,
Then it has to come out. And then we'll work with code enforcement and planning to have it removed then.
is that a condition to get to the rest of the property?
No, they can come out onto Rampart Lane. It just will make his
have-
access a lot easier.
We have
being
one
able to-
access into here.
Yep.
One access. That means if anything happens to that access, fire department, nobody's getting in there.
Yep.
One road around the back. I've worked with the fire department. They agree that this is probably a good move to have a second entrance into here, because this is a large area. It's a fairly large building. They should be allowed to have more than one access with fire equipment.
But
Yeah, and
again, if it's denied, then you're back to your primary.
Then I guess
entrance.
that's what the path they chose, I can't choose their path.
And there's no
It creates
requirement.
traffic congestion a little bit. I feel more of a safety issue of having it than anything.
Jeremy, I'm sorry. How long does it normally take for that process of the DNR to get back? I mean, I thought it was a long time.
It can take several months. It may be 4 to 6 months, depending upon the backlog for the DNR.
So if we were to table this, how does that impact you?
Oh, I've been working on this for a year and a half. I'm just got to this point. I mean, it's just one thing after another. I do one thing, they ask, I get another thing in return. I do that thing and I get another thing in return. It's the system, and I'm patiently trying to get through it all.
But let me ask you, sir, the engineer. This is really out of our purview. The DNR will say it remains or take it out. And then all of these other things can still go forward. You, trying to protect your property, are saying, gee, I'd like a second access, not required. True?
So he will still have a second access off of Rampart Lane. What this is doing is just allowing him not to have to go out his driveway on the north, onto Rampart Lane, come across the creek there, and then to the south into the other piece of the property. That's all that bridge culvert that he has installed is allowing him to do, is just cross between the two without having to go onto Rampart Lane. Makes his life much easier. I understand the reason for it.
Yeah.
We just need to make sure that the DNR, because it is a studied stream and has flood insurance impacts, we need to make sure the DNR is happy with it. I see no issues with, as long as you have a condition in there that he gets his approval, or denial, whichever it works out to be, that he continues to do that and work forward with it. I don't see any issues with moving ahead with this.
And just another note, I mean, you're really, the bridge is a separate issue
Yes.
from the main salvage yard. And I will tell you, I did salvage yard inspections for many years, and I know the applicants had issues with illegal dumping in that area. And the benefit of the special permit is that area will be fenced off, and so it will eliminate his problem of having illegal dumping, and, give him more area, because I know he needs more room for more cars.
Correct. And from just so everyone understands, when engineering realized what was going on, the conversation with planning was, we could either have code enforcement go out and ticket him and have him start the removal process, or work through with him through this process to get his expansion. We just want to make sure that either the removal or the denial or the approval gets taken care of and is attached as a separate request or a separate condition to this.
Yes, sir.
In reference to the 8-foot fence, are you stacking cars? Because I remember years ago, there's been issues with other salvage yards, that they can't stack higher than 8 foot.
I don't stack any cars.
You don't stack cars, okay.
The cars are all on the ground. It's too destructive to the cars to stack them on top of each other.
Okay.
Now, let's stay on the fence thing for just
Which,
a moment.
that's why I need more room.
Yeah.
They stack them to get more in one area. I'd rather spread them out.
On page 61 of our packet, it shows a picture, and it looks like the fence is concrete block, from what I'm seeing.
That one particular area is, I had used blocks. We was experimenting with some different materials to build a fence out of, but that one really isn't very cost effective, but it would last for a lifetime.
How tall is that?
8 foot.
It is.
And it would be the best possible fence you could have. It's basically unscalable. You're not gonna cut a hole in it. You're not gonna, you run into it, it's not gonna break it. But it's expensive.
But the fencing requirement in this request is of what type of material?
It doesn't specify material, it just needs to be, basically, it needs to be one type of material. So it needs to be uniform.
So a continuation of what he's already using?
Right, exactly.
For instance?
We're correct.
Or could he put a wooden 8-foot high?
It does require minimum steel, or it can't be wood.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can't be wood, so.
I guess I know that, but
I understand the rules of the fencing thing.
Yeah.
And I plan on, it'll be nice. I'm not one to, if I'm gonna do something, it's gonna be right. That's why I'm here.
okay.
All right, further questions?
We can move forward with this even though DNR
Yes.
hasn't come back.
Correct.
Absolutely.
But if they come back and deny it,
Then he'll have
then
to
he has
remove.
to remove it.
Yeah.
Right.
But it doesn't
Doesn't
impact
affect-
a special permit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Well, that makes sense. That helps me.
good. All right, Chair will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I will make a motion that the request by King Automotive for a special permit to allow for an expansion of an existing salvage yard with fencing located at 275 Rampart Lane in the M1 Light Industrial District be approved for the following reasons. The request is in conformance with a comprehensive plan and future land use map for this area. The request would not appear to have a negative impact on traffic conditions in the area, and the request would not appear to have a negative impact upon the surrounding area, with the following conditions. Number one, that the proposed fencing meets the 8-foot high requirement. Number two, that the stream crossing is approved by DNR and local floodplain development permit. And number three, that the final site plan will meet all applicable city codes, regulations, and so on, including but not limited to parking, landscaping, drainage, etc.
Should we put number 4 if it's not approved to remove, or?
That's if you want to, yes.
Put that in, but I think that's kind of automatic.
Okay,
But
all right.
I'll add it in.
No. If it's going to be addressed, then
Yeah.
we don't need to.
They have more authority.
Okay.
May I have a second, please?
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You bet. Our seventh decision item for the evening is a request by the City of Waterloo for a special permit for the new Waterloo Police Station and City Hall in the C3 Central Business District located at 100 East 4th Street. Staff report, please.
This is Dornoff with staff. The City of Waterloo is requesting a special permit in order to move City Hall from its current location of 750 Mulberry Street and 630 Mulberry Street, Carnegie Library and Annex, to 100 East 4th Street. The property in question is Zone C3 Commercial District, zoned as such since the adoption of the zoning ordinance in 1969. Surrounding properties and their zoning to the northwest, commercial and the Cedar River Zone C3 Central Business District and A1 Agricultural District. To the southwest, Cedar River, Zone A1 Agricultural District. To the northeast, Commercial and Residential, Zone C3 Central Business District. To the southeast, Commercial and the Blackhawk County Jails, Zone C3 Central Business District. Commercial and commercial residential buildings in the area were built between 1870 and 1976, and the Blackhawk County Jail facility was built in 1992. The applicant is requesting to move the existing Waterloo Police, Carnegie Library, Annex facilities, and City Hall to 100 East 4th Street. The new building will replace two existing buildings. The main City Hall at 715 Mulberry Street, the former Carnegie Library, East Library at 626 Mulberry Street, allowing for many city offices to be housed in one single building, making it more straightforward for Waterloo citizens to do their business with the city. Once the existing facilities are vacated, they will be transferred to the current owner of the building at 100 East 4th Street, and that building will become the property of the city of Waterloo. Architects are currently designing how the building will be laid out. While the building is slightly smaller, going from 57,000 square feet to 52,000 square feet than the existing two buildings, because the floor plan is open and designed to accommodate the needs of the city much better than the current locations, as the existing City Hall was built in the late 1950s and the former Carnegie Library in 1905, neither of which were designed for today's needs in mind when it comes to space allocation and needs for electronic infrastructure. The 100 East 4th Street building is adjacent to one of City of Waterloo's parking garages. It would appear to be sufficient to meet the requirements of the police department and parking needs of City Hall employees. Staff examining the current number of people parking in the garage and the needs of the offices being moved to explore options for existing users of the ramp as well as other city facilities, street parking, etc. Visitor parking will also be more convenient for those needing access City Hall with the East 4th Street parking lot right in front. There would also appear to be no concerns with traffic, as the new building is only 3 blocks away from the existing City Hall and served by East 4th Street and East 5th Street, and should cause no additional congestion. East 5th Street is one of the downtown Waterloo street segments to be reviewed for one-way to two-way conversion, so differing designs will be reviewed. The City of Waterloo had building audits done in 2017 to look at all city buildings in need of repairs, updates, and potential rebuilds. The Waterloo Convention Center was prioritized as the first building needing improvements, and recently it underwent a $13.5 million renovation in downtown Waterloo. City Hall was prioritized as the second building in need of repairs and rehabilitation. It is estimated at the rehabilitation of this existing building and the Carnegie Annex is estimated as $11.86 million and estimated to cost $18.75 million to build a new building for both. The city believes that the land swap agreement with $6.2 million grant to the developer, which has to be invested back into rehabilitation, redevelopment of the two existing buildings, the City Hall and Carnegie, and the $3.5 million in bonds to renovate the building at 100 East 4th Street into a new police headquarters and City Hall is a more economically prudent option. This site would further house many city departments together, giving the city an excellent site for redeveloping riverfront and Cedar River and working toward bringing more employees to the heart of downtown Waterloo. The Planning, Programming, and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval of the request at their January 14th, 2025 meeting. Therefore, staff recommends that the request by City of Waterloo for a special permit for a new police station in City Hall in the C3 Commercial Central Business District located at 100 East 4th Street be approved for the following reasons. The request would not appear to have a negative impact surrounding the area. The request is in conformance with the future land use map and comprehensive plan. New police station in City Hall will improve conditions for citizens who need to access city services and consolidate two buildings into one.
Questions for staff?
Madam Chair, I'm going to monologue for just a moment.
Okay. Thanks for the notice.
So you're taking everything in City Hall and the Mulberry Annex and putting it into a building that has less space for your present needs and zero space for your future needs. In essence, you're trying to put 2 tons of sand into a 1-ton building. Then there's the parking situation at the Courier Building. This is a train wreck just waiting to happen. Again, you're trying to put 2 tons of cars into a 1-ton antiquated parking ramp. The police department has been crammed into the east end of City Hall for 60-plus years. They've been using Band-Aids and lipstick to try and marginally make this space functional and marginally appealing. The same can be said for the other departments in City Hall. By moving everything into the Courier building, it's just a matter of time before you're buying more Band-Aids and lipstick. This request has been fast-tracked through the system to get it passed. This request lacks logic, common sense, and vision. You're going to spend a lot of money on something that is destined to fail. Thank you.
Other comments, please.
My concern is with public parking. I went over there yesterday morning and drove through that parking lot, and it looks to me like there's 14 spaces.
Yeah.
I don't think that's enough. I don't know what you have here for public to park in, but it just seems to me like there would need to be more than 14 parking stalls.
That's the oval horseshoe thing.
Right, off of East 4th Street.
Which behind the building, we don't have that many parking spaces now.
Okay.
Yeah, so it will actually be an improvement.
The other concern I have is, it looks to me like you're going, excuse me, to be at capacity with this building from the day you move in. You won't have any future room for growth.
Well, the main thing this new building would have as better than this building and the Carnegie is the fact that it's an open floor plan.
I understand.
We're able to design it from, scratch for the needs of the city, which would take a lot more to rehabilitate this one to meet the needs since it's, designed in the 50s.
Yeah.
And also, I know it's been going on for a while, actually. I know they've been working for some time with the police department. That they are the ones who they recently approved the design for their area of the building, which has taken a couple months because, to make sure it's going to fit their needs.
Okay. Like I said, you're putting all this into a building that's 5,000 fewer square feet. And I have some concerns over, and I understand when you're talking about an open floor plan, you can arrange things to be more efficient. So you could probably fit things into a smaller footprint. But when you need more space, where are you going to go? It wouldn't be any different than with this building.
This is Noel Anderson. Apologies, I wasn't feeling well, so I'm on by Zoom now. But yeah, I guess I can answer some of the concerns, or if you would like me to wait till others want to address their concerns, I can address them all at the end.
Start. Have them start.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and start, Mr. Anderson.
Sure. So, the existing two buildings of Carnegie and City Hall are about 57,000 square feet. This new building is about 52,500, so it's slightly smaller. However, as Mr. Dornoff noted, it's a column design, so we can move the walls inside as they're non-load bearing as we can. For any of you that have been in City Hall, particularly the police department, but other departments, or especially Carnegie Library, not so much the annex as the original library, there's a lot of wasted space. I can tell you, having sat through months now of architect drawings and layouts and all that, we are going to have plenty of space in there for the existing departments as it's laid out now, but we're still finalizing things, so we'll get that out as soon as we can to more people to see. But there's a lot of efficiencies that by designing a space specifically for the departments that it's destined for, it will work out a lot better. In terms of parking, the parking ramp's going to need some repairs regardless of whether or not we are going in it. And so we have parking ramp repairs on all of our parking ramps planned, and we're executing those as we have funding. There's about 236 stalls in the east side courier ramp with 79 of them leased. The parking lot behind City Hall is about 160, so it's about a match. We will be looking at some changes to Fifth Street there as well to have police back in, rear end angled parking for the police cars so they can go in and out of Fifth Street pretty quickly. So that's a design element. There's an extra lane on Fifth Street, if you notice that starts at Sycamore and goes over the bridge. So there's some other efficiencies there that we think we can do. In terms of putting too much, 2 tons into a 1 ton building, again, I'm telling you, the architects, as they're laying this out, it is working very nicely, which is why we moved ahead with it. We had them looking at it preliminarily to make sure that we would fit. And we think this is a good space for the city of Waterloo to plan to move into. If you Google a 52,500 square foot 3-story office building, I think it comes up in the $25 to $45 million range. So we swapped this building with the existing buildings and gave the developer a grant to redevelop the building you're sitting in now, City Hall and the Carnegie Annex. So we'll see more investment in downtown Waterloo from that developer, as well as getting into more modernized spaces for all the city departments and police department.
Noel, John Beckman, it's my understanding that in the not too distant future, Fifth Street's going to revert back to a two-way street, correct?
We did not get that grant from the federal government, so we'll have a debriefing on that to see what our options are to move ahead there. Obviously, if we still choose to move ahead on that, the design element that we'll have to put into that. AECom Engineering is the one that was working on the application for that, and they're the ones working on the taking away of the lane for the police parking. So that would be part of the design element that we've looked into that.
I've got a concern nobody's really brought up. I know, so we just heard the breakdown in the parking spaces in the ramp. So we've got those number leased, and then we've got a match for what we've got, he said, in the back here. That way. But where are people that need the city services going to park? I mean, we've got every other parking spot around here is paid parking. I've been not silent how that's something that really grates every time. I think it's keeping people from actually going downtown. And so now we're actually removing the ability for people who need city services to be able to easily walk across the street, because they'll park in the county lot and then walk directly over here through the front doors. And so our constituents, the people who need those services, are not going to have access to easy parking unless they pay for it. And I don't think that's a smart move. And I haven't heard it addressed yet.
They'll be parking off of the East 4th Street side. I think that's 16 to 18 spaces right now. And so that is more spaces that are currently available, posted for the public out back of City Hall. Obviously, people can always park on the street as well. It's downtown. But we believe again, the police cars are parking in the parking lot now. If we had some of those on the street, we actually think we'll have more availability for the public, and we'll be able to make the parking situation work for the city staff and the city vehicles.
Well, I don't believe for 1 minute that we're not going to see police cars in that horseshoe parking. With the needs of in and out, I've got multiple family members. I've got 2 of my 3 sisters are police officers. When they got to go quick. And I can tell you that there are going to be cars there, which is going to make people park. It's going to force people to pay for street parking and then walk that greater distance than what they have now. So, you can say that, and that you believe that that's an easier access issue for them. But I can tell you, having used city services, that notion doesn't hold water for me.
Let me dovetail with that.
That's fine. The police department is being designed for the patrol and the holding cells and all the people coming and going that in that be off of the Fifth Street doorway entrance. So the police department will all be oriented to go out the Fifth Street side. So if they're parking on the 4th Street side, it would be more inefficient for them to get in and out fast.
Noel, you talked about the 16 parking spots off of East 4th Street. If we have another agenda meeting like we have tonight, those are going to be gone in short order. I mean, you have the people making the request that are going to need to come and park. You have board members that are going to have a space to park. There is very limited parking on East 4th Street in that 100 block. So I don't know. I really question.
I guess I'm curious as to where everyone parked tonight. Did they all park in the parking lot, or did some of them park on the street? So it's going to be a very similar situation to probably what they experienced today.
Well, there's more ability to park on the street here than there is over at the Courier Building.
I think that'd be a matter of opinion.
Well, here you don't have to deal with commercial retail properties like you do along East 4th Street. You know, you got Mulberry Street here between 5th and 6th Street that's got a lot of parking on either side of it, and I would venture to say that most of it is for City Hall. You have East 5th Street with parking alongside City Hall, and I would venture to say that if, you know, if the back parking lot's full, that's where they're gonna park. But they may not. I mean, I've been downtown looking for a place on East 4th Street to park so I can go have lunch, and it's been really tight.
And that brings up a question that I would have, and that's, have we talked to the business owners along there in terms of their availability of lack of parking for their business? Like the sub shop and Newton's probably, all those types of things. I mean, I'm more concerned about business losing clients or opportunities to make a sale. So I just like to know that answer.
I think parking in the downtown area is always going to be a question. Obviously, there's multiple parking lots. The Regions parking lot is across the street and not being used at the moment. You know, a lot of areas along, I'll use Young Arena as an example. All of the bank parking lots there are closed after 5, and so people park in those parking lots regularly. So downtown is always a shared parking type experience. And you know, people will have to park in different areas at times.
Well, I have a concern for the business owners down there that struggle enough and lack of opportunity to park. I'm just checking to see if it's been thought out, and have we as staff talked to, or you as staff, have we talked to those businesses along there? And the Region Bank, let's hope it sells. I mean, let's hope there's a new business that comes into downtown that's gonna take care of that parking availability across the street.
I would agree. I think there's a lot of parking along Sycamore Street in front of the Blacks building as well. And even if the Blacks building sells and fills up, we have a parking ramp behind that. That ramp has 556 spaces with 61 leased. So there is parking available in the immediate vicinity,
Yeah, but
especially if employees.
you're 2 or 3 blocks away.
Yeah, and cold.
And yeah, in cold and rainy weather, that's not gonna be good.
And that ramp is if you will, a new generation ramp as opposed to the Courier ramp, which is considerably older. And
It was built in the 50s.
yeah. Okay.
We actually built the last 2 layers of that ramp in 1995.
Okay.
Oh, the Courier ramp?
The Park Avenue.
Park Avenue, yeah. No, I'm talking about Courier ramp was built in the 50s.
Correct.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Any other questions for staff? Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak in favor of this application? Opposed to this application? All right.
May I monologue one more time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Here's another idea, in my opinion, that makes more sense. If City Hall feels the need to move to the Courier building, then fine, move. But take the police department out of the Courier building equation. This would provide more space for the other departments' present and future needs. In fact, with this extra space, you might be able to move some of the other departments whom are presently in off-site locations into the Courier building, say, for instance, Waterloo Fiber offices or maybe others. This would be a potential money-saving proposition. The police department needs to be in a standalone building separate from City Hall. This building needs to provide an appropriate amount of professional space to meet the present and future needs of a 21st century law enforcement agency. This building also needs to provide an adequate number of parking spaces for police vehicles, officers' personal vehicles, and space for the public and visitors who come to the police department to conduct business. Reconfigure City Hall and turn it over to the police department. With this extra space, you might be able to house a couple of other city departments, such as code enforcement and animal control, which are more aligned with the police department than something else. This would also give the police department plenty of parking space so they can get their vehicles, the police vehicles, off of East 6th Street and out of the parking lot at 6th and Franklin. Moving City Hall to the Courier Building and reconfiguring City Hall for the police department will certainly cost some money. But this investment will be much wiser. It will be a much wiser investment than the request this board is presently considering. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would add to that if I could. The beautiful part of that building, the Courier Building, is I think it's appropriate for City Hall with the police department, because it's a good-looking building that has visitors and people want to do business here. Come in and see that nice structure. That's 26 years old, for one thing, so that's going to have some heavy remodel, I would think, or challenges in the future. But I agree with what John's saying is we need to look at the future of our police department and the remodel of this building for them to make it look more professional for our police department. Because I like the value of what that looks like over there for a current City Hall, but
That's
not
interesting.
to add police.
But the thing is that they're flipping buildings.
Right.
So they're not spending any money for the Courier Building other than the renovations that need to be done. Am I correct?
Correct.
And so if they keep this building, then you're gonna be spending buku bucks for that Courier Building.
Right.
Well, we're right back to
I would
zero space for future growth over there.
Right, and that's why I asked if you were earlier, and I would agree with what you say, John.
Just a note, I will read a statement from Chief Rob Duncan and the Waterloo PPA President Sergeant Jeremy Pohl. I, along with all the officers and staff at the Waterloo Police Department, are very excited and look forward to moving to 100 East 4th Street. Several weeks ago, about 20 of our officers and staff from every unit and division of the department took a tour of the new building. Everyone on this tour was extremely impressed with the building and the adjacent parking ramp. I heard statements from the group, many of them with an extended amount of time working for Waterloo Police Department, say this will be one of the best things to happen for the Waterloo Police Department during their career. In my meetings with the Waterloo Police Protective Association, they are also very excited about this move and believe this will be a very big morale boost to our staff. Over the course of my almost 30-year career, we have tried to do the best we could with our current building. The most recent survey done about officer morale indicated facilities and an unsecured parking lot were the biggest concerns that our staff had. This new location is a much-needed upgrade for the Waterloo Police Department, as it will enhance police operations and efficiencies across the entire agency. I, along with the WPPA, would like to thank Mayor Hart, Community Planning Development Director Noel Anderson, and his staff for all the work they have done to bring this project forward.
Thank you.
To go back to Craig's comment about the swap, we're still looking at what, giving the city or giving the developer $6.2 million for this trade. So got to factor that in, I guess, to the whole thing.
Yes, that $6.2 million must be reinvested back into the buildings he's being swapped for the project.
That's just a grant.
So we'd be using money then to renovate the Courier Building and also to renovate this building, is essentially how that would work.
under John's
Correct.
plan?
As you can see from the building audit numbers, the estimates for updating these buildings is probably about 18 million. So he'll have to invest a lot more than 6.2 million into these buildings to make them.
No, we understand that. He'll invest his money, but we're also going to invest 6.2 million.
That
Well,
is
he has to reinvest that 6.2 million. And I'm assuming that there's a minimum assessed value along with that?
Yeah, there is some minimum assessed values in the development agreement for each of the buildings. And obviously, if plans dramatically change, they are minimum assessed values, so the assessor can put higher values on them depending upon the exact improvement.
Right.
So I have another question, and that's on the TIF district. Downtown TIF is gonna pay for this, basically? The money's coming out of downtown TIF to pay for it, right, or not? Am I wrong on that?
The city bonded, the city did general obligation bonds to go ahead and do the project, and it will be repaid back with the TIF.
And if the legislature does what rumor control has, are they gonna, what harm will that do if they change policy on TIF? Because there's a lot of problems with TIF across Iowa, not just necessarily here. I think we're maybe a little too going too fast, which I like the idea of City Hall over there, but the TIF is an issue within the Iowa legislature, from what I hear.
I think the TIF's always a potential object in the Iowa legislature every year, and obviously anything that the state do could not be done to take away existing obligations that cities had for projects and all that, without probably a lot of lawsuits happening all over the place. So everything that they've always come back with for ideas in the TIF, and they've made some changes over the years, but they've always been cognizant of existing obligations and long-term, short-term type planning for the TIF payback.
Well, you got more faith in the legislature than I do. Well,
I think we're done.
Yeah, I've said enough on it. I think it's a value to the city core, business core for the city, but never mind, I'm done.
All right. Thank you all for your input. Chair will entertain a motion on the City of Waterloo's request for a special permit.
Table it.
Just need a motion.
I may have tipped my hand on which way I want to go with this, so.
But we'll say the motion and then a second, and we can vote on it then.
You can vote however you want.
Yeah.
We just got to get the motion on the floor.
That's right. Page 74.
Yeah, I've said what I want to say.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to deny the request by the City of Waterloo for a special permit for the new police station and City Hall in the C3 Central Business District located at 100 East 4th Street for the reasons that I've previously stated during my monologues.
I'll second that.
All right, the motion on the table is to deny the request for the City of Waterloo for a special permit for the new police station and City Hall located at 100 East 4th Street. And so it's been moved and seconded.
I have a question.
Wait a minute. All those in favor?
We have discussion
We can have discussion, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
If this were to be denied, what's the next step for the city?
No, you want to answer?
We'd have to look at our options. Obviously, if the denial stands, the city deal could not move ahead, and we would have to remain in the existing City Hall. The police department would remain in the existing space that they're in, and we would not be moving anybody.
So it's, city council can't overrule it?
No, they cannot.
All right, thank you.
All right, ready to vote? Those in favor of denial of the special,
Actually, I think we should do a roll call vote on this one.
all right, just
So-
a minute, just a minute. All those voting to deny the request for the City of Waterloo's request for special permit for a new police station and City Hall at 100 East 4th Street, say aye. And we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Powers?
Deny.
So yes.
Yes, that's a yes. Yes to deny. Beckman?
Yes.
Thornsberry, no.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes to deny.
Yes to deny. So 4 yes to deny and 1 yes to, no to approve. Got it?
Yep.
Got it. All right. So the request has been denied for the City of Waterloo's special permit. All righty. We are moving on to our decision number 8, which is a request by Americo Real Estate Company on behalf of U-Haul for a special permit for a storage facility in the former Kmart building in the C2 Commercial District located at 3810 University Avenue. Staff report, please.
This is Dornoff with staff. The applicant is planning to convert the former Kmart building into a climate-controlled storage and construct new mini storage on the site, as well as some covered outdoor RV spaces for a new outdoor development. The request would not appear to have a negative impact on the area, as the site is predominantly surrounded by commercial uses to the south, east, and west. There is a residential to the north and northeast, but should have little impact change on those sides. The majority of the residential is a good distance, over 270 feet from the property lines. The site in question is Zone C2 Commercial District. So zone is such since the adoption of zoning ordinance 2479 in 1969. Surrounding land uses and their zoning are as follows. To the north, residents, zone R1, 1 and 2 family residence district. To the south, commercial uses, zone C2 Commercial District. To the east, on the Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh gas station, Caribou Coffee, Platt Storage, zone C2 Commercial District. To the west, Walgreens and the Veterans Affairs Outpatient Clinic, former Hy-Vee building, zone C2 Commercial District. Staff is reviewing the existing water detention on the site and the proposed construction. There's a number of storm manholes in the site. The Kmart building was constructed in 1966, surrounding uses, composed primarily commercial, built between 1966 and 2015. Few residences built between 1956 and 2019. The applicant's requesting a special permit for the purpose of converting a former 106,000 square foot former Kmart building into a U-Haul storage and storage store consisting of self-storage, U-Box, U-Haul, truck, and trailer share and related retail sales. This will further include the construction of 16,450 square feet of mini storage and 25,920 square feet of RV covered spaces. U-Haul notes that the project will allow them to better serve the storage needs in the community, activate a property that is currently is vacant. They note that the U-Haul assures that the facility complements the community it serves, and they are both a neighborhood asset and an economic success. They further note that U-Haul blends well with other retail and commercial uses and serve a 3.5-mile radius for their sites. They include self-storage facilities are quiet. They provide 11,650 square feet of indoor storage facility. They provide an excellent buffer between zones. They create very little traffic. They have low impact on the utilities. They have no impact on schools. They provide good tax revenue. They provide community service. U-Haul states that they have a long and proud history of revitalizing vacant commercial properties, extensively describing their setup, 24-hour security systems, policies against running businesses from U-Haul sites, recycling programs for materials used, sold, and leased as a company, and adaptive reuse properties are further bringing forth job creation. They further submitted a use comparison for traffic analysis. In all, U-Haul looks to be a very good corporate partner for redevelopment of the Kmart site. The special permit process is required for redevelopment of the site into storage, mini storage type facility. The site layout, big box existing building. The redevelopment existing big box store is 106,000 square feet. Being redeveloped, it's a 680 interior storage units, totaling 49,812.8 square feet. Appears to be excellent reuse of the space. As noted above, it will be a quiet, low traffic use that will blend well with the surrounding commercial, nearby residential land uses in the area. UL shows that the U-Box area at 20,484 square feet for a total of 272 two-high units and 138 one-high units for a total of 410 units within the existing building. New construction RV covered spaces. UL is proposing 48 12 by 45 covered RV spaces for a total of 25,920 square feet within the fenced area to the far northeast of the property site. In the previous approvals for this redevelopment, this was shown as outside storage and is minimally visible from the exterior of the site and has no immediate residential development near. So staff believes this is a good location for the covered RV storage stalls as submitted. New construction mini storage. The zoning ordinance allows mini storage in industrial districts as permitted use and in commercial districts as permitted use subject to this special permit process. Special permit process notes that it will review the location for the compatibility of surrounding highest and best uses of land and proximity to major thoroughfare. It is intended with the provision for such uses to be towards the rear of the highly visible commercial property. On the proposed site of the U-Haul would have newly constructed mini storage units, 125 units, and 16,450 square feet of new construction in the southeast portion of the site. The site itself is angled in relation to the abutting commercial corridor of University Avenue, so the mini storage is not out front of other commercial buildings, with the Hy-Vee gas station to the east and former frontage road pushes them further back from University Avenue, that normal setback at most sites. UL is proposing a landscaping plan to help buffer or soften the impact of new mini storage units to the east and south of their construction location. Then they have submitted plans showing brick face southern end of the buildings to better match existing commercial buildings in close proximity to the corridor. Is no doubt that mini storage is technically in front of the portion of the commercial lot, so not following the wording as such towards the rear of the highly visible commercial property. This is a big site at 11.18 acres, plus vacated frontage road that can be added to the site at 0.31 acres for a total site of 11.49 acres to effectively work towards the redevelopment of the site. City is working with you all on a bigger picture type site layout, which we believe will meet the intent of the zoning ordinance, which we believe in to meet the, basically looking at the largest site and prioritizing the front of the site being the southwest portion of the site or the northeast corner of the Progress and University Avenues. Looking at the site in this manner, the proposed mini storage units would not be in the main portion of the front or highly visible commercial locations on the property. With the new view, the staff is recommending that an outline type layout be revised for submittal, similar to prior approved special permit from December 2022. It should be noted that they have submitted this site plan that includes the outlot, which shows approximately 1.8 acre outlot at the corner, which would include the former Flowerama building and site and a portion of the vacated frontage road and a portion of the existing parking lot with the angled roadway abutting the site. Landscaping plans submitted by U-Haul to buffer the mini storage, higher setbacks created by a convenience of the former frontage road and to U-Haul for the overall site development. And with potential new commercial development on the outlot created, staff believes the new mini storage construction will meet the intent of the zoning ordinance for redevelopment of the site and placement of mini storage on the site. Parking is required for a storage facility as one parking stall per 2 employees, and the applicants indicated there will be approximately 10 to 15 employees. So the parking requirements will exceed with 60 regular parking stalls. All and any lots that need to have their own drainage. All and any new lots would need to have their own drainage plan once the building is proposed on those lots. Technical Review Committee had no concerns with this special permit for the indoor storage facility at the site. Engineering noted needed stormwater review, and fire marshal noted they typically note that they needs to meet fire codes and all that. On the Planning, Programming and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval of the request at their January 14th, 2025 meeting. Also known engineer Jamie could further elaborate on this, but their existing drainage is going to be adequate for the site unless they build something new in the parking lot. Therefore, staff recommends the request by America Real Estate Company on behalf of U-Haul for a special permit for a storage facility in the former Kmart building and a new construction for the mini storage units shown on the attached site plan in the C2 Commercial District located at 3810 University Avenue be approved for the following reasons. It would appear that the special permit would not have a negative impact on the community as the main building is existing building and the proposed use would be create a quiet, low-traffic use for reuse, which further serves the surrounding community. It would also appear the new construction of the mini storage units would be located on the site to minimize their impact on the high visibility of the commercial corridor per zoning ordinance through the location of the site plan submitted, landscaping plan, and building elevation showing southern ends of the buildings with brick face to match the other buildings in the area. Appear the RV covered stalls would be located in the rear of the site, minimally visible from the exterior of the site, and located in the area with no residential within 400 feet of the proposed structures. The budding parcel to the east is further zoned residential, but would most likely develop as commercial based on access and surrounding ownership. The request to locate within the primary growth area and served by existing utilities in the area. The city of Waterloo recently reconstructed University Avenue corridor after a transfer of jurisdiction from the Iowa Department of Transportation and Commercial Viability and Redevelopment were goals of the plan, specifically adding a right-in, right-out addition to the southern access point to the site to allow for vacating of the former frontage road and redevelopment of the former Kmart site. And number 5, the request would be in conformance with the future land use map and comprehensive plan for the area, subject to the following conditions. The final site plan meets all applicable city codes, regulations, etc., including but not limited to parking, landscaping, drainage, etc. The sidewalk is installed along Progress Avenue with necessary easements. The applicant's number 3 is already been done, so it can be removed. Number 4, the newly constructed mini storage units have designed for the southern sides of to be brick facade as submitted, and landscape plan is in place, also submitted to help buffer and soften the new construction. And 5, the approval would allow for bid box construction of the RV stalls, construction of mini storage units, all submitted with future requirement that acceptable outlots size and layout be approved by the city in partnership with the U-Haul according to the conveyance of the former vacated frontage road to create a larger setback and larger site for redevelopment. I also note that when the applicant was at Planning and Zoning, he did note that their existing facility is going to remain open. This will just be for storage. So, for storage.
One on the other side of University.
Correct.
Okay.
That's remaining.
Okay.
No, yeah. Thank you. Other questions for staff?
John, help me understand, the existing building is 106,000 square feet?
Right.
Okay, and on page 79, you came up with 49,812 and 20,484, which comes to 70,296.
Well,
That leaves about 35,000 square feet. What are they doing with that?
Okay, I'll let the applicant
always.
Answer those questions, as this was actually
Maybe, yeah.
not my staff report, so.
Okay, let me ask another question for
Of course.
staff is, these water detention manhole covers and all that you mentioned earlier, will that be covered under the drainage plan?
Yeah, and the drainage, engineering's already fine with their drainage plan, so, or
Jamie Knutson, city engineer. They are not required to submit a drainage plan. This thing is basically, hello,
Oops.
it must be supper time. Is that what that is? No, they are not required to submit a drainage plan. Everything out there is already hard surfaced, and they're just putting new buildings or covers over the top of the existing surface. So there isn't going to make any difference in the actual drainage or the amount of runoff coming from the site.
Okay.
A couple more questions for staff.
Yeah.
I take it there's no objections?
No.
Okay. What happens to the access road?
Oh, the frontage road was vacated.
Oh.
Has previously been vacated by, city council approved that vacate. It just hasn't been transferred.
We vacated that as part of the whole university project. There was no need for that frontage road to be there anymore, so we got rid of that. With the downsizing of university going from 6 lanes down to 4 lanes, it's just not needed from a traffic standpoint, so we
But
vacated it.
it's still there at the
It's still
moment,
there.
but
It's been vacated as right-of-way and as public street. Eventually, at some point, we'll get it transferred and to the developer, and it'll go away as a public street.
All right.
Okay.
So I don't know whether this is for you or not, but help me understand the outlot.
So basically, the old Flower-Rama building, was it?
Yep.
That's been shown as an outlot, so they can sell that lot and have a new business locate there.
They being U-Haul?
Yeah, correct, because they're buying the whole property.
Whole property.
Right.
Flower-Rama, the parking lot, building, everything.
Right. As you may recall, this had actually got a special permit for the storage. But they're adding more mini storage, then that's the primary reason why they had to come back. But yeah, that was part of their plan. The original developer's plan was to sell the outlot and create additional outlots.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So,
I'm done with staff.
Question for staff, if I could. You had mentioned that, I'm sorry to.
That's fine.
In terms of University Avenue TIF, how much, because you talked about it's gonna go to the tax base. Is it going to the TIF or is it going to the tax base, and what's the increment of that new? Because I think it's a fabulous reuse of a building. But I just wonder about, when you mentioned the tax, it brought up a question on how much value is there currently on that building, and what would be the increment number?
no, are you still on? Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not the best person to answer the TIF questions.
Because that bothers me, not bothers me, but it sparks a lot of questions for me when we tifted, maybe that's not even a word, but we put it in TIF, and now I don't know where we're at in terms of real tax dollars and what is in the increment. Because I think we're running short on real tax dollars.
Other questions for staff? So, would you like to speak in favor of this application?
Yes, I wanted to answer that question. My name is Mike Shorter, Marketing Company President for U-Haul of Eastern Iowa. You had a question about the square footage in the building, what's going to be left of it. We're only building out about 49,000 square foot of storage in there. The rest is going to be vacant at the moment. We don't have any plans. We might have some future plans in the works, but right now we're just going to build out the self-storage in the building.
So which end of the building are you building out?
Usually a lot of the square footage is on the back side of the building. I think let's look at where their Kmart's restock was at. They have a lot of just office space in there, a lot of upstairs vacant space. They have those like spy rooms. There's a lot of space in that area, so we're not touching any of that.
So the undeveloped area you will own?
Correct.
And at some time do what with it?
We might have a future plan to move the current location over just to provide that those employees with better parking, better space, because it is pretty tight in that area. But right now we don't have any plans to do that right now. But future proposed plans, that's a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
So in terms of employees, I thought I read or saw 16 new employees for that
Correct.
area.
Correct.
That's not changing from across the street.
That would be in addition to that, the
New-
like
new
6
people
employees.
getting
Yep,
jobs.
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
That's helpful.
So the RV storage, is it just open but with a roof on it? Is that
Yeah,
what it is?
covered RV.
Yeah.
Yep. On that east side of the building there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other questions? Anything else you want to tell us?
No, I think this is going to be great. We can't wait to get started on this. I think that building's been vacant for quite some time, and I think, we're ready to invest back into a city that's been really great for us for a long time. So, really ready to get to work.
I'd just say thank you for your faith in Waterloo.
Yeah,
and,
of course.
And having this reuse of an old building, it's great. It's
Yeah.
a great plan. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, 'cause
Thank you.
for how many years that building has been vacant? You drive by it and it's really kind of sad.
Yes.
That is sad.
And I love your color codes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to mention too, you consider that, that where they're doing the RV storage, the previous developer wanted outside storage, so it's gonna look better than the original developer.
Nice, yeah. Anyone in the audience that would like to speak against this application? All right. Chair will entertain a motion on this request.
Here we go, 2 pages worth, okay. I move to approve the request by Americo Real Estate Company on behalf of U-Haul for a special permit for a storage facility in the former Kmart building and the new construction of mini storage units as shown on the attached site plan in the C2 Commercial District located at 3810 University Avenue for the following reasons. Number one, it would appear the special permit would not have a negative impact on the community as the main building is an existing building, and this proposed use would create a quiet and low-traffic use for reuse, which further serves the surrounding community. Number two, it would appear the new construction of mini storage units would be located on the site to minimize their impact on the high visibility of the commercial corridor per the zoning ordinance. Through the location on the site plan submitted, landscaping plan and building elevations showing the southern ends of the units to be brick-faced to match other commercial properties in close proximity. Number three, it would appear the RV-covered stalls would be located in the rear of the site, minimally visible from the exterior of the site, and located in an area with no residential within 400 feet of the proposed structures. The abutting parcel to the east is further zoned residentially, but would most likely develop as commercial based on access and surrounding uses and ownership. Number four, the request is located within the primary growth area and is served by the existing utilities in the area. City of Waterloo recently reconstructed the University Avenue corridor after a transfer of jurisdiction from the Iowa Department of Transportation, and commercial viability and development were goals of the plan, specifically adding a right-in, right-out addition to the southern access point to this site to allow for vacate of the former frontage road and redevelopment of former Kmart site. Number five, the request would be in conformance with the future land use map and comprehensive plan for the area, subject to the following conditions. Number one, that the final site plan meets all applicable city codes, regulations, etc., including but not limited to parking, landscaping, drainage, etc. Number two, that sidewalk is installed along Progress Avenue with necessary easements. Number three, that the applicant's work to submit additional layout for the creation of an,
We don't need number three, that's been done.
scratch number three. So number,
Four. Four becomes number three.
okay, the new number three is that the newly constructed mini storage units have the design for the southern sides to be of the brick facade as submitted. The landscaping plan is in place, also as submitted, to help buffer and soften the new construction. Number four, this approval would allow for the redevelopment of the big box construction of the RV covered stalls construction of the mini storage units, all is submitted with future requirement that an acceptable outlot size and layout be approved by city in partnership with U-Haul, including the conveyance of the former vacated frontage road to create a larger setback and larger site for redevelopment overall.
I'll second all that.
Yeah, good.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimously approved. Thank you. Okay, we are on decision item number 9. Request by Rajik Properties for a 2-year temporary variance to the hard surfacing requirement to allow for a gravel surface in the M1 Light Industrial District located at 1930 Osage Avenue. Staff report, please.
This is Galman with staff. Rajsik Properties is requesting a 2-year temporary variance to the hard surface requirements to allow for an existing gravel surface area to remain. The site is currently zoned M1 Light Industrial District and has been since the adoption of the zoning ordinance. Surrounding properties are also zoned M1 Light Industrial District. The zoning ordinance requires that all off-street vehicular use and parking areas, including access to the site, be hard surfaced. A 2-year temporary variance on the hard surfacing requirement was granted for this property previously, but the temporary variance has since expired, and the property is under different ownership at the time that the variance was approved and expired. Code enforcement did give a notice of violation in December 2024, noting that the temporary variance has expired, and they have since applied for the variance. Currently, there is a cement pad at the front of the building, but there is no hard surfacing connecting the building to Osage Avenue, and there are vehicles that are parked in areas that are not hard surface. Criteria: lack of reasonable return. There would not appear to be a lack of return because they could hard surface the required areas. There appears to be uniqueness to the request as a variance was previously approved for a temporary variance to the hard surfacing requirement, but the property was under different ownership at the time. And public considerations, there would not appear to be a negative impact on the neighborhood. Staff recommends that the 2-year temporary variance to the hard surfacing requirements to allow for a gravel surface at 1930 Osage Avenue be approved for the following reasons. The previous temporary variance was approved when the property had a different owner. There does not appear to be a negative impact on the neighborhood, and the 2-year temporary variance will allow Rajsik Properties the time to prepare for and hard surface the required areas.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
Did this variance expire in December? Because I know it says that they were giving notice of this. Can you tell me when the original variance was given?
It was like 2010 or so.
That was my suspicion.
Yeah. And
Another voting member.
yeah. I would have to check the exact date.
That's why I was just wondering if it was.
It's long expired.
Yes.
And
Okay.
I mean,
Change of ownership,
yeah, it's
too.
changed. I
Yep.
think changed ownership twice since then. So
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for staff?
So the variance wasn't enforced, to say. It kind of
yeah.
fell through the
Started
cracks.
the spreadsheet. All right, anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in favor of this request? Opposed to this request? All right,
The owner is not here. Correct? Or is the owner here?
I don't know. Is the owner here, the applicant? No. Okay. All right, the chair will entertain a motion on this request for a temporary variance for hard surfacing requirements for Rajsik Properties.
Madam Chairman, I will move that the 2-year temporary variance to the hard surfacing requirements to allow for a gravel surface, at 1930 Osage Avenue be approved for the following reasons. That the previous temporary variance was approved when the property had a different owner. There does not appear to be a negative impact on the neighborhood, and the 2-year temporary variance will allow Rajsik, or whatever, properties the time to prepare for and hard surface the required areas.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and second. Further discussion, please. Yeah, no?
It seems to me like I know, so this guy sold it, he's sold it a couple of times, it's sold, it's transferred ownership at least twice, if that's correct information. I mean, if it was, the twice is what is gonna make me inclined to give a variance, because it's so far now removed. If it was once, I'd say, no, if you just bought this, now go back and sue him, because that's something that you're obligated to disclose when you sell a property, that this is an extra bill you're getting stuck with. You might have bought this thinking, oh, I got gravel that's perfect, when it's not. But anyway, yeah, so I'm done. Mini rant over.
Other comments?
Staff question is, in the development agreements, is that problem introduced into the development agreement?
When there's a development agreement, they have to meet all ordinances. So, yeah.
So it's been a while.
Yeah.
So why wasn't that followed
Oh,
up?
it wasn't a development agreement.
Well, yeah, it wasn't development
It
agreement.
wasn't a development agreement.
It was a purchase, transfer, or sale.
Just a variance.
Sorry.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
No problem.
Yep, okay.
But still, I guess we're seeing some of these now because they're now following up on them.
Yeah.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
Other comments? All right. All those in favor of granting a 2-year temporary variance to the hard surfacing requirements to allow for the hard surface requirements at 1930 Osage Avenue? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
3-2, motion carries. All righty. Our 10th decision item for this evening is a request by Cedar Valley Storage for a permanent variance to the hard surface parking requirement to allow asphalt millings for the storage facility in the M1 Light Industrial District located at 3556 Marnie Avenue. Staff report, please.
This is Tamala with staff. The applicant is requesting a variance to the hard surfacing requirement to allow the current asphalt millings for the storage facility's parking area for recreational vehicles. The area was previously approved on a temporary basis, and the applicant may properly pave additional areas in the future if a second phase of the building is completed. But the asphalt millings appear to be holding up well for the limited use as a storage area. The property is located 900 feet south of the Cyclone Drive and Marnie Avenue intersection. The property is zoned M1 Light Industrial District. Properties to the north, south, and west are zoned M1 Light Industrial District, and properties to the east are zoned R4 RP Planned Multiple Residence District and R4 Multiple Residence District. The request is not anticipated to have a negative impact on the neighborhood. The southern portion of the storage facility, Lot 4, with 5 mini storage buildings, is hard surfaced. Only the northern portion of the storage facility with RV parking, Lot 3, has the asphalt millings. The request would not appear to have any negative impact on traffic conditions in the area. The cul-de-sac on Marnie Avenue that serves the proposed storage facility is hard surfaced. Sections of the zoning ordinance that pertain to the request, Chapter 25, Section 10-25-2, off-street parking area required. Section B, general requirements. The zoning ordinance requires the driveways and the parking areas, vehicle use areas, for commercial, industrial, uses to be hard surface. The applicant is asking for a permanent variance to continue allowing asphalt millings instead of the hard surfacing requirement on the northern portion of the property for the parking of recreational vehicles because it's primarily used for RV storage and not typical vehicular storage, and would hard surface additional areas if a phase 2 of the facility is completed. It was deemed that asphalt millings is a better option than gravel and would appear to be sufficient for the minimal use as a storage area. There does not appear to be a lack of reasonable return. The applicant could still surface Lot 3 in conformance with the zoning ordinance, which will still be utilized for recreational vehicle parking. The property in question is unique since the area where the asphalt millings is placed is primarily used for recreational vehicle storage. Staff has heard no opposition to the request. The request would not appear to alter the essential character of the surrounding area. Therefore, staff recommends that the request by Cedar Valley Storage for a permanent variance to the hard surface parking requirement to allow for asphalt millings for storage facility in the M1 Light Industrial District located at 3556 Marnie Avenue be approved for the following reasons. The property in question is unique because the area where the asphalt millings is placed is primarily used for recreational vehicle parking. The request would not appear to alter the essential character of the surrounding area and not have negative impact on vehicular and pedestrian traffic. Any questions?
Questions for staff?
On the, this may be for Jeremy, but on that asphalt millage, there's a base that holds it together, right? It makes it sticky or keeps it in place. Is there any, or are there environmental issues with the runoff going down to the next lot?
Jamie Knutson, city engineer. Generally, no. What you're talking about is asphalt stripping and basically the asphalt emulsion coming off of the aggregate and stuff. Generally, we don't see that a lot here. Our aggregates are not generally, or don't generally have an issue with the asphalt stripping off of it. So no, there's a lot of these all over town, and generally we do not see any of the issues or sheens on any of the creeks or anything like that. So if there was, certainly wouldn't be in favor of this.
Yeah. Well, I just noticed that the runoff appeared to be going down there where there's vacant, usable lots for.
This particular subdivision, there is a large basin down at the end of the building, or down at the end of it next to Highway 63. It does have a settling basin that'll let everything settle out before any of it gets out into the creek or along the ditch along 63.
Other questions for staff? All right, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor of this application? You've waited a long time. State your name and address, please.
My name's Jody Drake. I'm one of the owners of Cedar Crossing Storage. I live at 1041 L Avenue in Rhinebeck, but the property is 3556 Marnie. So we have always where the intentions were and still to build. We just kind of run out of funds in the parking lot. We knew we partnered with Camping World, and so now we kind of use that primarily for RV parking. There always was going to be a small portion that was going to be for RV parking, but what we would really like to do would be to build. We just didn't lease up as fast as we were hoping. So that's why we thought it would be easier to ask for the permanent variance instead of keep coming back. Like if we build this much and then we can't finish the parking lot, so then we have to ask for another portion of it. We thought it would be easier to come in and ask for the permanent, and then as we keep building, keep pouring the concrete as we go north.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the applicant?
I'm really struggling with the permanent request of your request, the permanent nature of your request. I'm not in favor of that.
So I've got a question out of curiosity. So we've noticed like in our area, Warren Transport is right across the road from us, and I think there's a new truck wash, I believe, that is across the street from us as well on the new development. They have asphalt milling parking lots where their trailers are being parked. And I've asked them, and I don't believe that I believe that was a permanent variance they were granted. So I'm just curious.
Not aware of that.
Okay.
So they actually got 3-year variances.
3 years,
Yeah.
okay. So what would you like us to do? Would you like us to try to limit the time, the concrete report on the 2 acres? I don't know if 3 years we could do the whole 3 acres on the other side. I don't know. I hope. I was hoping it'd be done by now, but I don't. It just didn't lease up like we wanted, so.
If we put some sort of time constraint on this, I'm more comfortable with that than permanent. So,
And the product is holding up, and it seems like appropriate for their use, right? Would you agree with that? The asphalt milling versus the concrete for the RV?
I go,
well, it's,
What?
well, I would say that what Jeremy
Yeah.
Jeremy explained,
So how about a 3-year variance and allow them time to build out?
but in 3 years, you don't think you're gonna be finished?
I hope so. Yeah, I mean, I hope that we would be. I mean, I guess all I could do is in 3 years, if we aren't able to build all of it, I could come back and just simply ask and I'd be able to give you a better timeline. But yeah, I mean, realistically, I would hope in 3 years it would be done.
2 years be better? I'm
Yeah, for me it would be,
spitballing here,
but
so,
I could handle 3 years.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience would like to speak against this application? All right, Chair will entertain a motion.
I'm getting hoarse. I'm getting hoarse.
I was going to, I lost my page. I recommend, well, it's been a long meeting. My brain's starting to slow down a little bit. I propose that the request by Cedar Valley Storage for a permanent variance, for a temporary variance to the hard surface parking requirement in the length of 3 years to allow for asphalt millings for a storage facility in the M1 Light Industrial District located at 3556 Marnie Avenue be approved for the following reasons. The property in question is unique because of the area where the asphalt millings is placed. It's primarily used for recreational vehicle parking, and the request would not appear to alter the essential character of the surrounding area and not have a negative impact on vehicular and pedestrian traffic.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
thanks for your patience.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who's seconded? Sorry, I had to talk to you.
Who seconded that? Did we get a second?
I did.
Oh, well, it's
Craig
great.
did.
Okay,
Okay.
sorry,
I didn't
Craig.
write it down. I usually do.
I just did it right away, so.
Yeah.
What? No.
Okay, next to the last, number 11. Request by Heartland Vineyard Christian Fellowship of Cedar Falls and Waterloo for a 1-year temporary variance to the hard surfacing requirement in the BP Business Park District located at 3211 Titan Trail. Staff report.
This is Dorn Office staff. The applicants are proposing a 1-year extension to an existing temporary variance in order to continue utilizing existing parking lot that was constructed with non-approved hard surface type. The request would not appear to have a negative impact on the area, as the area is primarily commercial in nature and zoned for a business park. To the north is Industrial Development Zone BP Business Park District. To the south, Vacant Land Zone BP Business Park District. To the east is Highway 63, commercial uses, zoned M1 Light Industrial District. To the west, Vacant Land Zone BP Business Park District. Church would utilize existing the property in question was rezoned from M2P Planned Industrial Heavy Industrial District to BP Business Park District on March 3rd, 2008. The properties to the east of the highway are 63 are zoned M1 Light Industrial District. The remaining properties adjacent to property are zoned BP Light Business Park District. Section of zoning ordinance as it pertains to this request, chapter 25, 10-25-2, off-street parking, required, general requirements. Zoning ordinance requires the driveway and parking areas to be properly halyard surfaced. Applicants had previously received a temporary variance hard surfacing requirements on June 27, 2017. However, they did not hard surface by the end of that time and did not ask for another variance. Staff sent a letter to the applicant on October 7, 2024 to notify them that they needed to service the parking lot or request another variance. The applicants were also required to install a sidewalk along the entire frontage of Triton Trail. Although only a portion that has been done, the applicants were notified that the Board of Adjustment could not issue a variance to the sidewalk requirement, and they would have to work with engineering to get the remaining portion of the sidewalk installed. The Board of Adjustment did approve a 3-year temporary variance to hard surface requirements for the Freedom Truck Wash to the west at the corner of Cyclone Drive and Greyhound Drive on September 26, 2023. Criteria: lack of reasonable return. There would not appear to be a lack of reasonable return. The applicant could probably hard surface the property. Uniqueness: there would appear to be uniqueness to the request, as other variants have been approved in the area. 3, public considerations: approval of the variance would not appear to have a negative impact on the surrounding area, and staff has received no comments or complaints about the request. Therefore, staff recommends that the request for a variance to the hard surfacing requirements in the BP Business Park District located 3211 Titan Trail be approved for the following reasons. There would appear to be uniqueness since the board approved a similar variance in the area, subject to the following conditions: since the sidewalk be completed, Titan Trail is required by the deed of dedication, and this second condition was actually put on originally because they weren't sure at that point in time whether they were staying in the building. Apparently they are, so since they've been there for now 7 years. But if the use ceases to be a property or the property sold, that the parking be removed or hard surface to meet city or hard surfacing standards.
By whom?
Huh?
Who would do the hard surfacing?
They would be responsible when selling the property.
I see.
Yep.
Okay, other questions for staff? All right, if someone in the audience would like to speak in favor of this application? Mr. Johnson.
Hello, Eric Johnson with the Beecher Law Firm, here on behalf of Heartland Vineyard Church. I helped the church in 2017 with the variance request. And I think after that happened, I think it really fell off their radar, and until they received the city's letter in October, probably hadn't given it all that much thought since then. We've asked for a 1-year variance. In reality, if we could get a longer variance, that would be better. Mr. Powers asked the question about financing, and maybe that's not a concern, but it's certainly a concern to the church to have time to raise the funds and then get it installed. And, if we could go to the end of the 26 construction period, that would certainly be better than this. We understand the sidewalk needs to be installed. As far as the timing, we would ask that that be allowed to be done after the parking is installed. And I say that for 2 reasons. You don't want to install a sidewalk and damage it when you're doing the construction. And second, if you look where that sidewalk goes, it goes to an empty field. Yeah. So there's nobody being impacted negatively by that. And so here to answer any questions. Michael Reed, the pastor for the church, is here too to answer any questions. I told him maybe we should have stayed home. The one that went through the fastest, nobody showed up. So maybe it always makes you nervous when you come, and the people that don't go through quickly. So, but here to answer any questions. I know Michael would answer any questions that you would have also.
I'm just curious as to what is the church's process to deal with legal requirements in your administration of your church business. State your name and address for the record, please.
Michael Reed, 141 Terrace Drive in Waterloo. So obviously we want to be in step with the law. We don't want to be out of step with it. I think to what Eric said, it's pretty accurate. A few things happened between 2017. There was the pandemic that affected church quite a bit. It is definitely on our radar of something we want to take care of. It really is a question of finances, and our church specifically has gone through a lot of turbulence in the last few years. And so to be in a stronger financial place where we felt like we wouldn't be jeopardizing the security of our church to be able to put a parking lot in felt like something we wanted to prioritize. So.
Okay, other questions for the applicant? Nothing? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyone
Thank
in
you.
the audience want to speak against this application? All right, hearing none. Entertain a motion here.
Tom, you haven't made a motion yet.
Yeah, let me find it.
I know we've got, it sounds like a 2-year would be fine. Do we want to add address the sidewalk on kind of a separate?
That is something the
Something
board is not
Okay, so
privy to.
we cannot.
No,
Okay,
it's.
so that's not, okay. perfect,
Exactly.
That helps. Yep.
Unfortunately, the Board of Adjustment can't do anything about the sidewalk.
Gotcha, okay.
That's good because we got enough to worry about.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I make the motion that, of the request for variance for hard surfacing requirement in the Business Park District located at 3211 Titan Trail be approved for the following reasons. And did you change the timeline?
Well, that's up to us.
I know, but I mean.
That's what we requested, if you would give us really to October of '26 versus the 1 year would take us to January of '26.
Okay.
That was
A request.
a request.
Okay, well, there would appear to be uniqueness since the board approved the similar variance in the area and subject to the following conditions: that the sidewalk be completed on Titan Trail as required by the deed of dedication, and in that motion, the other would be that the use ceases, the property sold, that the parking area be removed from the hard surface to meet City of Waterloo hard surface standards. And I guess I'd add that to allow an additional period of time, a year.
So you want to do October 2026?
Yeah, for January.
Or,
Yeah, the application is for 1 year, wasn't cited in the.
Yeah. So I mean, October 31st of 2026, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, there's a motion to approve a temporary variance for the hard surfacing requirements until October 31, 2026, 3210 Titan Trail. Is there a second?
I will second.
It's moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. No kidding this time, October 2026. All right, our last decision item is a request by Celebration First Assembly of God for a variance to the hard surfacing required in the R2 1 and 2 Family Residence District located at 745 April Street to allow for a gravel vehicular use area. Staff report, please.
The Celebration First Assembly of God is requesting a variance to the hard surfacing requirements for a vehicular use area that is used for storage and yard equipment. The property is located at 745 April Street. It is zoned R2 1 and 2 Family Residence District and has been since the adoption of the zoning ordinance. Surrounding properties are also zoned R2 1 and 2 Family Residence District. There would not appear to be a negative impact on the neighborhood or on traffic conditions in the area. The zoning ordinance requires that all off-street vehicular use and parking areas, including access to the site, be hard surfaced. Normally, this area would be blocked at the dead end of the road, which is May Street is where this access point is. However, a court case ruled that the church could continue to access their property from the dead end of May Street, as the church noted they needed access for vehicles. The Celebration First Assembly of God applied for and received a special permit on December 28, 2006, to add an additional accessory structure on the site, as well as a temporary 18-month variance to the hard surfacing requirements. The hard surfacing was supposed to go to the proposed and existing accessory structures to the dead end of May Street. There is not any hard surfacing yet from May Street to the garage. The church has told staff that they use the garage for storage and yard equipment. Their garage is close to the dead end of May Street, where they can access their property and the garage. There is also a cement pad close to the dead end where a garage used to be. When staff went to take pictures, the cement pad had 2 small trailers parked on it. If the church is saying they only need it for yard equipment, the dead end signs should go back up at the end of May Street. If they need it for vehicular access, they should hard surface the area as previously required. That will work to ensure no excess dirt, gravel, mud, etc. is brought out onto the street. Criteria: lack of reasonable return. There would not appear to be a reasonable lack of return because they could hard surface the route to the garage from the dead end on May Street. Uniqueness: there appears to be uniqueness to the request, as it has been not hard surfaced before, and the applicant has stated that is used mainly for yard equipment. However, if it is mainly used for yard equipment and not a vehicle access point, then access would not be needed from the dead end of May Street. Public consideration: there was concern from the neighbors about dirt, gravel, mud, etc. being drug out to the public street from the dirt and gravel area. Staff has similar concerns, especially with federal stormwater compliance standards. Therefore, staff recommends that the variance to the hard surfacing requirements for an accessory structure at 745 April Street be approved for the following reasons. 1, the accessory structure is used primarily for yard equipment, and 2, it has not had hard surfacing to the accessory structure, with the following conditions: that delineators be placed at the dead end of May Street, and access shall no longer be gained from the dead end of May Street. Alternatively, if the applicant chooses to maintain access from the dead end of May Street, a properly hard surfaced path of at least 20 feet wide shall be provided from the dead end of May Street to the garage and shall be installed by June 24th, 2025.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
Yeah. When you talk about public considerations, you say, the last sentence there says staff has similar concerns, especially with federal stormwater compliance standards. Is this in a flood zone?
There is a 100-year floodplain to the south of the property.
Okay.
It's on their property on the very, to the southern portion of it.
So not near where this is?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
It's up here. You had mentioned delineators. Are we talking like those giant cement blocks put down to?
Or just the.
Or are we talking a sign?
Jamie Knudsen, city engineer, they'd be the typical 12 by 12 diamond signs with the reflectors on them. There'd be 4 or 6 of them across the end of it.
Okay, gotcha.
Quite honestly, those things should be there It should have been there a long time ago, not just there, but April and May Street both. Typically, we put those up at the dead ends of streets just to make sure that the public doesn't go off and go onto private property, so those things should be installed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
What does this letter we have here that talks about a court case?
That was when the building was originally being constructed. There was complaints that their trucks were leaving dirt on the road and damaging, and so the city put the delineators up to close it off, and a judge said that during construction, they could have that open.
Right, okay.
But only during construction?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for staff? Someone in the audience who'd like to speak in favor of this application, please state your name and address, please.
My name is David Osborne. I live at 1335 Prospect Boulevard in Waterloo, Iowa. And that building there is just a garage that we use to put our lawnmower at. There's no vehicles that are parked there or housed there or anything else. I think the issue really was during the time when we were constructing part of the church. The church has kind of had several construction phases, and we were accessing that through that May Street egress. We don't access that anymore. So what we're asking for is, a variance for continued access, and as well as, since there's no vehicles being parked there, a variance for that cement hard surface variance to be applied to get to that garage area. So that's what we're here for.
Oh, all right, I'm confused. You want to pour concrete?
No, it's
No.
already existing.
No.
concrete.
Oh, that existing,
Yeah, from where May Street ends
yeah,
to where the garage is, we don't want to pour concrete.
you do not want to.
We do want, because we're not using it for any vehicles, and we'd like to just use crushed rock.
So you don't use that as access?
Only when, what did we say, when we have some, yeah, this Pastor Jason.
Jason
State your name
Stickles,
and
lead
address.
pastor at Celebration First. My address is 300 Walnut Street, Traer. The only concern about closing off access is actually for our neighbors. If you look at the trailers that were pictured, our neighbors park recreational vehicles with our permission on that property, use May Street as a access point. So we wanted to be gracious neighbors. If we close that off, it's more for them. Our volunteers actually use it to do maintenance if we have a trailer, because with the size of the property, the tractor is pretty substantial. So if you look to the east of our property, that is a drain field. So that becomes pretty muddy for us to be able to try to access that garage from any other access point. So that was our main concern, is that twofold. One, our volunteers being able to access our equipment when they occasionally need to, for maintenance and regular repair. And then two, we do have neighbors who utilize that access specifically to the pad that you saw to the right of May Street. And they asked, we want to be gracious neighbors. And as far as addressing some of the concrete that's to the side of the building, that is actually left over because we wanted to be gracious neighbors again. And there's a big section, and you can't see it from the photos, of a privacy fence that we put up because it was looking a little dilapidated and gross. So we said, hey, let's do something for them. So that's a matter of just getting our volunteers out with a bucket and saying, hey guys, let's clean it up.
So you have issue with putting the delineators at the end of May Street?
Yeah, I think we have issue with that, but we also, there's really not a need, in our opinion, because of the infrequency of use, to pave it or gravel it, because, it's only used to grab those trailers for our neighbors or those recreational vehicles. and then maybe 3 or 4 times a year to do maintenance on our lawn equipment and the tractors that we do have to keep up the field.
So the neighbors have no complaint with,
No, the way I understand it, and I started as a pastor there in 2012, so this was before my time. I brought this distinguished older gentleman with me tonight because he's been there forever. And my understanding was those complaints were lodged specifically during the construction phase. As trucks were hauling, we had to raise the level of the ground. So they were hauling quite a bit of fill dirt in and out of that access point. So it probably was dirty, but it happens during construction phase. But those complaints were from 20 plus years ago.
I will just make one point that if they're parking trailers there or RVs, then it needs to be hard surface to access that area.
that was gonna be my next question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool.
I guess maybe a good question to that end is are those your guys' trailers? Are they your neighbors?
One of them is our trailer. We use it actually here at Lincoln Park. We do feed the unhomed when it's a little warmer outside. So that is ours. I mean, if we need to, we'll just move it into the parking lot.
I'm guessing that's the enclosed trailer?
Yeah, that's an enclosed trailer. The other one is our neighbors.
Okay.
Would you like to speak?
I'm just listening right now.
Okay.
I'm not very fast moving, my foot's kind of correct.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I can appreciate that.
One of the situations,
Oh,
I'm Dan Migler, 1243 West Gilbert, Evansdale. Back when, I've been in the church for 50 plus years, but back when this was all going on, you heard there was a court case. And it was, in my mind, what I reflect, it was all taken care of at that time. Judge said, take the barricades down. It was agreed they'd put gravel in to access the property there. And the city, I'm not sure who was all involved in that meeting, but instead of bringing the trucks in on May Street, they changed it and they put us in access off of Highway 63 down to the south end. And that's where the trucks are coming in. That access is still there for, heavy trucks or whatever's got to come into the property. But, I'm not on the board anymore, but, this was all taken care of 20 plus years ago. I don't understand. It was decided by a judge in a court case.
Right,
Take the
and that
barricades.
only applied during the construction period.
I don't recall that.
And then you applied for a special permit to add the second garage.
Yeah.
And at that time, the condition was put on that you had a hard surface.
To that garage. But
Both
not-
of them, at that time, it said you had a hard surface to both of them. You got a temporary variance to the hard surfacing, and that expired. But you were, now, of course, the one's gone, but you're still parking on it. So, I mean, that's the concern, is that it's still being used and still needs to be properly hard surfaced.
I don't recall what you're saying there. I'm not, maybe I just don't remember, but I don't remember anybody talking to us about a variance, on what you're saying.
It's
That
when you
coulda-
received this,
Could have been somebody else on the board.
yeah, that was when you received the special permit to add the second garage, which you added, which had other issues, and then I guess at some point you've removed it.
Can I get a copy of that by chance? What you're talking about?
2010, I can send it to you, or I don't have it with me here, but yes, I have those records.
Oh, okay. But anyway, like I said, it was, a long time ago, and I thought it was all over and done with back then. Thank you.
So I guess if I may, once again, Jason Stickles, 300 Walnut Street. For us to hard surface, the cost outweighs the benefit. So we'd like to not have to do that. And then, we'll just tell the neighbors, hey, sorry.
Yeah, the option then would be to move your enclosed trailer.
Yeah, we'll just park it in our parking lot.
Yep, and then this trailer has to be removed,
Correct.
your neighbor's trailer. And then, according to the city engineer, there will be those signs put up.
Correct. And that's fine. It was just more of a, for our neighbors. It impacts the neighbors more than it does us.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So did they just withdraw with the request?
Yeah. Can you withdraw? Can you give his money back?
And not now, because it's already going.
Okay.
So are the neighbors complaining now?
Not, no, now, no.
Okay.
No. Yes, sir.
No, we get along real good with our neighbors. That was 20-plus years ago. There was one neighbor that just didn't like the church. But anyway, I got sitting there thinking about that. If you guys put that barricade there on the east side of our property, is pretty much a mud hole. So if we got to bring a fire truck in from the south side, it ain't going to happen with that barricade moved. That, you understand? I don't know if you got a picture of it, but.
So it's,
Hold on,
he's saying
Jamie.
that through
All right,
here
yeah, help us with that.
would be a good safety measure for a fire truck to come in if there's a fire right here in this section. It'd
Yeah.
be easier to bring it in here than up through
Through
here.
April Street
Yeah.
or May Street?
Jamie
May
Knutson, City.
Street is where it'd have to come in.
Right.
April Street.
April doesn't have the delineators either, I believe. Correct?
Well, that goes to their main parking area, right?
Jamie Knutson, city engineer, the fire code requires that any access for the fire department be able to carry a truck of, I don't know, 80,000 pounds or something to that effect, Tom. I mean, it's Mr. Powers, there are specific requirements. They would not use the May Street entrance there to come in anyway, regardless.
Gotta go to the address, which is
April.
Okay, thank you.
Do you understand that they're not gonna be able to get to the back of the building from the April
The truck's
address?
too heavy, it'll get stuck in the grass. Yep.
Okay, so
So have they withdrawn? or
have
do
you
we need-
withdrawn your,
Yes.
yes,
Yeah.
all right.
So I don't know if you need to do a motion for that, but yeah.
So
We're
what do
fine
we
with
need
that.
to do in that case?
Just
If
withdraw.
they withdraw it, we're
Yeah,
fine.
just note it withdrawn. All righty. Okay, that concludes our 12 decision items for today. And are there any items for discussion? Do you wish to speak, Mayor? Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
Well, one of the, as I understand it, somebody on the prevailing side can bring it back up. But can I ask for a 5-minute break before
Yes.
we get into that? I'm sorry. It's been a rather lengthy meeting.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Board of Adjustment meeting will reconvene. Okay. There was a question about reconsideration of a question, and I pulled our copy of administrative rules for the Waterloo Board of Adjustment. And paragraph 5.6 says, reconsideration of question. A motion may be reconsidered at any time during the same meeting of the board. A motion on which the underlying request for approval was denied may also be reconsidered at the first meeting held thereafter. A motion to reconsider must be made and seconded by the members who voted on the prevailing side or by those who were absent and did not vote upon the motion to be reconsidered. In the event of a tie vote on the original action, any member may make the motion to reconsider.
So, yeah,
So,
okay, I'm
Is there a
assuming we're talking about item 7, the request by the city for special permit for a city hall.
Yes.
yes.
I will make a motion to bring that back to reconsider.
To reconsider. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We will consider the request by the City of Waterloo for a special permit for the new Waterloo Police Station and City Hall in the C3 Central Business District located at 100 East 4th Street.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, would you, yes, please. Yes. State your name and address for the record, please.
Quentin Hart, 1940 Falcon Ridge, Waterloo, Iowa. So first, to the board, I want to apologize. I didn't know this had to go through this part of it, or we would have had a more formal presentation for all of you. The expectation that you're supposed to know everything involved in this and then approve a special permit without the information is completely, I'll take credit for that. The move of City Hall has several differing factors. When I first started, we did an audit report of the condition of City Hall buildings. The audit by ISG stated that we should not even be reinvesting more dollars into this, that we need a brand new City Hall facility. So, of course, as you know, cash strapped, we began still putting pieces together, working on different departments. We redid where we're at right now, the chambers, but it still has not led to the type of changes that we needed. We had inspectors come in and do an asbestos audit. There were some parts of our building that still had asbestos residue. The police department right now is in dire need of a larger facility. Some of our very engineers in some of our departments don't have adequate space. And so we still continue to try to find ways to piecemeal some dollars and do what we can. But it just came to a halt. About a year or so ago, there were serious safety concerns within my office and safety concerns with regards to people coming into the front doors of City Hall to go to the clerk's office and then taking a look down at the end of the office in the police department and potentially see someone that has just suffered possibly domestic violence or someone that's in a grave situation being right there in plain view. And so you can have somebody back then get a cat and dog license and then look down the hallway and see someone that had been physically hurt or assaulted. And so we decided we were going to take, and I'll be quick, because I know you guys have been here a while, and normally when I'm sitting up there, but we were going to redo and put a new entryway for the police department and also more safety exits for my department, because as you've seen from the newspaper, you've seen some of the threats that have happened just with me and the ones that you don't see. So we were trying to reconfigure, but it still didn't eliminate the problem about adequate facilities for our police department and other areas. And so we decided, let's move away from that plan and see if there's an opportunity for us to work with Mr. Rodney Blackwell in the old New Courier building. There was parking that was accessible and safe where people can enter in and out with limited safety concern. There was ability for us to take some parts of our Carnegie Hall because there were also concerns over there and entry into there, a lot of challenges. So we found a way to be able to bring everyone to the Courier building. And so then we've been working with police and conversations with the county, with one of our foundations, to take our evidence, is it the lab? The lab and our evidence storage and be able to work to try to have another facility that's away from City Hall but accessible to our police department. So simultaneously, we're working on that. And so the challenge, though, that there's challenges to this building and moving us all in there. That is absolutely good information. And so we finally have a floor plan that's going to make that building safe, accessible. We're also working right now because we have, I think it's like 62 parking spaces in there that are private spaces that are already being leased out. And we're working on a plan to not have them move, but try to work around that. We also own the lot that's over here to your southeast. We have the Highway 218 parking spaces there as well for other city vehicles. And so logistically, I didn't hear the conversation. Of course, I got a text. Yes, there's some logistics when it comes to parking and some other areas that we've been able to be about 90% through some of those challenges. And we also have existing buildings in and around that area that we can work with the partner. But this move from City Hall was not just, hey, let's get out of here. We have a nice new building. This is one that if you talk to any of our police officers, if you talk to any of our workers that are here every day, that are working hard on behalf of this community, and I won't say all of them, change is challenge, right? But this was a move for us to be able to create efficiencies, for us to be able to be in a location where people don't have to go to multiple buildings out in the cold. It's also about safety and security of a site in the building because we're in harm's way at some point, and that's just absolutely the truth. And yes, there are some challenges logistically. I would say having City Hall in downtown Waterloo is a benefit for businesses. Other options may be to take a look outside of downtown, but we have our governmental district right here in downtown. We're probably about half a block further or a block further away from some of our county offices, which that can be a challenge. But I am asking you for some help and support on this. I understand you have tough decisions to make. Yeah, you're the Board of Adjustment. You almost supersede some of the work of the council. But this move has been one that we have been working on some time, introduced to the public. It is one that creates safety for us in a centralized location for some of our other departments to be there with us as well. So I am very much asking for your reconsideration. I know it's a tough decision, but this has been worked on. Floor plans are almost there. But yeah, this is monumental for us. And I mean, you can take a look right up here. You take a look up here, the water leaking and stuff was so bad this past summer. You take a look and around the floorboards in this place, and the state only gives us X amount of dollars to be able to put back into a facility. So the way that it's structured, this turns into taxable value that's going to be developed. I think the developer is also having conversations with for Carnegie and showing that potential site as well, so that other entities here can consolidate. But that Waterloo building has sat there for a long time and not have been of use. And so I am pleased if you can help support us on this. This is, good for the mentality of our city staff and workers as well. But we have thought long and hard about this. The chief has been working with the architects to try to make this a reality. There's things that go into putting it. I mean, they have a wall where you have the electronics for the charging stations for their tasers. It's a very strategic work that's being done and one that's needed, and that place is a lot safer than the one that they currently are in. And this place needs millions of dollars of TLC and Jesus to get it back to where it needs to be a developmental tax-paying property. So yeah, I'm asking for your help. I don't know if you have anything. If Chief, and his
Before
would
you
be
leave,
3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor?
Sir?
Just two things. It concerns me that staff didn't provide you with the information that this board could conceivably derail this project. That concerns me. The other thing is, I totally agree. City Hall needs a new building. Police Department needs a new building. It's my opinion, only my opinion, okay, that's not the right fit for both entities.
Right.
City Hall, but police departments elsewhere. And
So you think they need to be separated?
I certainly do.
Okay.
I just don't see that it's really gonna work with City Hall and the police department going to another building and being under the same roof.
Really? Okay.
Because of space.
So, I mean, there I am.
Hello all.
Hi, what's your
Rob
name?
Duncan, Chief of Police. I live at 1526 Falcon Ridge. Captain Beckman, I respect you 100%. I think you know that. We have been working with the architects. The spatial analysis shows that we can all be there 100%. We have met with them 3 times now. We have a little bit of tweaking to do on the police department side, but I'm going to tell you, this is going to work, and we are excited about this project. The parking ramp is unbelievable. I don't know if you follow YouTube, First Amendment auditors, but we've had in the last year or two, people walking around with AR-15s, looking in our squad cars, looking in our personal cars, because our parking lot isn't secured. A parking ramp like this is going to secure our officers from anybody who has anything to do with something that isn't right. We will be able to take them to jail if they're in that facility, and I'm excited about that. We have toured this place. Half our department has visited it. Tomorrow, we have another training, and the other half is going to visit it. The best thing I can tell you is the officers that I've talked to, senior officers, John, you know them, they say this is the best thing that has ever happened for the police department. And I can tell you this, we've met with architects multiple times. There's plenty of space there. Puts us downtown. There's some tweaks that we need to do with 5th Street with parking for the squad cars to make sure we get out right. But I will tell you this, I promise you this, this is literally one of the coolest things that could happen for City Hall and for the police department. I was so excited when the mayor brought us down there in July. McClellan, Feeker, myself, we all went down there and said, this is gonna be awesome. You walk into that space, it's incredible. I don't know what else to tell you. I would love, Captain Beck and I would love to take you down there. If you wanna come tomorrow, we're gonna be there 11 o'clock tomorrow morning and walk around that place. We would be happy to show you the diagrams that the architects that have pulled up already for us. Incredible space, huge locker rooms for both men and women, big bathrooms. I know, Captain Beckman, you've seen our bathrooms and the restrooms that we have on the police department side. It's very inadequate, but you're gonna see a space that is gonna be incredible. And I'm really excited about this. I didn't know that this had to be done, just like the mayor really didn't, but I implore you to reconsider what you are voting on here. We're gonna make this work, because this is downtown Waterloo. This is the Waterloo Police Department, City Hall. We're going to make this place an awesome place. I promise you that. I wish our other captains would be here right now, but this was kind of last minute. I came rushing down here when I heard that there was some voting going on, and it was against moving us there. But I will promise you, as a chief of police and a guy who's been in the department for 28 years, that this is going to be a great space.
I don't begrudge you at all about wanting a new space. It's direly needed, absolutely direly needed. I know from firsthand experience. All right, so you're saying there's enough space to move in.
Correct.
But is there future space? Is there enough future space to expand?
That's
one
great
concern.
question.
That's one concern. The other concern is the parking that you're planning to move into. I'm not comfortable at all with the ramp and the ability for the availability of parking. And reconfiguring Fifth Street for police purposes, I don't know.
I completely get that. I will tell you, so have you been in the ramp at all?
Yes.
Okay, so what we project is that we'll go in and we'll go down. That will be where all the investigations cars are, and some squad cars. And what I've been told is we'll push Fifth Street a little bit closer to the Courier building, so our squad cars can line up right there. There's plenty of space. There's a huge walkway there. We can push it a little bit closer to the Fifth Street. All of our squads that are actually working will line up there. I would assume we'd probably get 10 or 15 that'll be able to park there. We also talked about the space, or the street that is Water Street. There's some discussion on utilizing that. I know the mayor's talked about some space that we've talked about, a few different spots where if we have to, we would park cars that really aren't used that much. Oh, I'm sorry. We'd go get them and bring them there. But the squad car things are a huge thing. And I agree with you 100% there. I'm saying it's going to work because we've been there and we've looked at it. It's going to take a little bit of tweaking to do, but the city engineer and Noel has told us this is what we would like to do. And looking at that, believe me, we've talked about this because it's very important for us to be able to get out quick and move. But we'll be able to get 10 or 15 cars right in front of the new city hall.
If I could, I think what John's talking about too is parking for the public. Because that little parking lot off of East 4th Street only has about, 14 or 16 spaces in it. And parking along the street over there is much harder to come by than it is here.
And
If
so,
you, and that will actually reduce if you're planning to put 15 squad cars right over there. Now that's even less parking.
other
Well,
side.
well, right.
They'd
But
be
there's
on
no
Fifth-
parking on the other side either. So if there's parking at least one side,
I think
then,
he's saying they'd be on the other side
well,
of the
right.
building.
The Fifth Street side would be just police department. There's an entrance there. It has to be secured.
Okay.
All of our stuff has to be secured. So that side would just be police. Everything else would be on the other side.
And right now, there's 236 parking stalls in the ramp. And that leaves about 157 stalls that are available right now for parking. So then if you work on Fifth Street, that's probably another 16 spots. Water Street could be organized so it has a city vehicle, so that's another 20 stalls. Across the street, there's property as well where we may be able to work with the owner of that property to have parking spaces as well. So we've been working on this, and with the lease properties, when people leave, there's also an option there, but our goal is not to kick anybody out of the ramp, and it is to utilize the existing spaces and areas that we have in and around there.
We're still talking about different things. We're talking about people that are coming in to get your dog license, to coming in to file a complaint, or that's all of us. And I mean, you also mentioned the idea of the one of your primary concerns being unsecured. Well, are you going to secure Fifth Street and Water Street? I mean, are you going to have gate checks out there? Because that still doesn't address your problem. I mean, the ramp does, because you can block the ramp off. But
The concern our officers have is their personal vehicles. And if they're in the ramp, we can say nobody unless they're authorized can go in there. The squad cars, it's public. We understand that. We're not worried about the squad cars. Our own officers care about their own vehicles, and the ramps will secure that.
okay,
We can put up signs. Nobody in here can be inside this place unless they're authorized, which is huge. And you look at these departments that have made new police departments, they block everything out. I spent a lot of time in Polk County because I just did a 10-week course down there. You can't get into their private parking without a passcode, and that's what's going to happen here. We'll have somebody have to have a key card to get in there, and that's huge for our officers. I don't know if you've seen any YouTube videos, but these guys are walking around with AR-15s, looking at all of our own personal cars and doing all kinds of stuff that just, it's unnerving as somebody who is in law enforcement watching these guys do this. This space will
I have
give
two
us that.
sisters who are both cops. So I mean, I get that, but also unnerving isn't illegal. So I mean, I'm a huge proponent of 2A, and I get people are going to come up and are going to issue challenges. I'm glad that you know where the line is, and that while that is unnerving, it's also not illegal, and that's why I do think that you need the ramp that is secured. Because then you can block that out, and that addresses that concern. But it also doesn't address the concern where if it's 2 below, let's say it's 34 degrees and raining, and I need to come in to file a response to some piece of paper that city government sent me, and now I've got to park out by the Blacks building and walk all that way. And this is really the heart of kind of what John was saying, that it seems like there needs
I
to
don't
be a
mean
division.
to cut you off there, but have you seen the public parking for coming into City Hall? There's like 10 spaces. There's more at the Courier building than there is for City Hall.
But I can park over at the county building, right? It's just across the street instead of 2 blocks away. So
There's street parking. I understand the parking issue. What I'm telling you from the police department side, this is literally one of the best things that could happen for us. We'll make it work. I promise you that. You talked about pet licenses. We're going to have a work session here in about 2 weeks, next week. it's gonna go all online, so people won't even have to come to City Hall to do it. We're trying to streamline stuff. We're trying to make this a great space. I appreciate the mayor for trying to get this done, and Noel. I'm telling you, I think this will really, really work for us. I realize the Second Amendment thing's a big thing, but if you talk to any police officer, you know that you really don't want people walking around with AR-15s around their area.
Well, like I said, I've got two of my sisters, of my three sisters, are cops.
And I guarantee you, they don't want people walking around with AR-15s all over the place.
I think it would
And
be
to us.
great if nobody ever did.
But it does, it's happened to us.
But unnerving and legal are different.
And we would be able to put up signs to say, unauthorized personnel cannot come in here.
That's why I like that idea of the ramp. But we're also just saying that it doesn't solve all of the questions that we've had, and so.
And I'm sure the boss here will answer whatever questions you got. I'm saying the public parking, if you come to City Hall, it's pretty limited to begin with, because everything else is pretty much personnel for the actual City Hall.
But here you've got parking all along Mulberry Street and East Fifth Street, and you're not competing with retail development like you are on East Fourth.
I would agree with that. But literally, how many people come to City Hall at one given time? If it's more than 15, I would be shocked. I work there. I see it. I see it every day. And I know the boss does too. I know Captain Beckman's seen it as well. There was
probably 20 people here tonight, plus us.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously it's not the norm, but there are times when the parking is needed.
No, I agree with that. I can't argue with some of that stuff you're saying. I'm just giving you from the police department perspective.
I have a quick question about space. In the packet, it mentioned that we have 5,000 square foot smaller area over there than you do between here and the Carnegie Building. And I understand the way that building is constructed, you could make more efficient use than you can here, but I just, I had a concern as well about future.
Yeah, and that's why the decision to move has to be done ergonomically. You have to take a look at usage. You have to take a look at all those things, and that's why they probably met 3 times, but there's been hours placed into the design and drawings and usage of space that's currently there. As you mentioned, if you walk in Carnegie right now, you have the Human Rights Commission that's there. You have a huge sitting area that I don't even know what it was for, and back areas in there that are not used. You take a look upstairs, at where community development is at and where neighborhood services, which could all be combined into one location. You take a look at Waterloo housing. They're pretty good usage of space, but to say that couldn't be retrofit to put more offices down on that first floor. And that building is also, you got one that goes up the steps, you got the other one you goes in here, you got the steps, and then you have human rights coming out of the basement. And so, yeah, you're right, that building is not fit conducive. And before I go to Tom, Mr. Powers, some parts of our police department as well. Right here, you walk back through that area, there's one desk and there's walking space in and around it, but it's good to take a real look at what we currently have, how we can utilize space, and that's why we haven't put forth just a plan yet. We're working to get there. Parking spaces, normally the meetings are at night. And if you take a look at the businesses that are right there, Sub-City, the lawyers, the attorney's office, and some of those things are already closed for a 5:30 council meeting or a meeting as well. The distance from Regions to probably the in City Hall part is almost the same from City Hall to the county. There is existing space. There's about 16 to 18 public spaces as well that for parking. And so, yeah, it's hard to compete when this is the only building here and there's no other businesses. But the assurance that this can work, Mr. Powers.
My question, we got lots of discussions going on about parking. Downtown parking is a big issue. Revenue is a big issue. So, and I thought I'd heard there was 40-some release spaces that are revenue generators. Is that right? Currently?
40,
79.
79 inside the ramp.
Yeah, inside the ramp. So that's revenue that's gonna get taken away, right?
No, we're not.
They were going to keep it.
Yeah, we're keeping those.
And you're gonna be able to house two shifts basically of cars.
There's 150.
Personal property.
Yes, sir. There's 157 stalls still available in the parking ramp.
I don't know, I think I got more questions, but I can't think of them right now. I'm just trying to listen.
No, all good questions. Parking is important.
So we're not gonna lose any revenue by doing this in terms of that parking ramp?
No, we're gonna keep those that are currently in there. The goal is to keep them there. I made that adamant. You know, you think about the incredible contribution that our philanthropy groups make, and it was a big thing for them to move downtown in that space, and we're not gonna kick them out like that. That wouldn't be right or be fair. But logistically, do we have to really take a look? Absolutely. But to be that it can't be done, I don't agree with that. I don't think the chief does. We just need to work around it.
Okay. I'm not sure I can make a decision tonight based on the chief saying there's a meeting tomorrow at 11, and I would assume that any one of us could attend that, right? To get an understanding.
Absolutely. So it's half our department, so it's a training. We're gonna send half our department in there, let them look around.
There's no use in going if it's rejected. Everything stops. All the money we spent, all the communication we had, all the architectural designs and drawings, all of it's done.
Agree with that, yeah.
Let me offer a few words. Some of you know I came from the corporate world and lived in 9 states and worked internationally. So I have been on big projects that this is. When you develop a plan, all the pre-planning on this takes time and money, effort, and lots of people are being talked to before you come to a proposal. And why I'm so in favor of this is the fact that people were listened to, suggestions were made, things were changed, and the decision was made that this is really going to be good for the city and for the police department. I don't have intimate knowledge of the police department's current digs, but your comment, Mayor Hart, about getting your dog license and looking across a hallway and seeing somebody just devastated about what happened, I mean, that's true. That can happen, and that's not fair. That's just not fair. So I respect the fact that the city and all of the components, all the employees have been listened to, contributed, fought back, and you've built a consensus of what this can be. And I'm wholeheartedly in support of this. And there have been times that it seems like there's more police cars out there in the parking lot than there are places for citizens to go. And this will be resolved with the move. And so those are my words.
I'm going to make a motion. If I can.
It's
bear
page
with me for a
74.
second. Thank you. Okay. I move that the request by the City of Waterloo for a special permit for the new police station and City Hall in the C3 Central Business District located at 100 East 4th Street be approved for the following reasons. The request would not appear to have a negative impact upon the surrounding area. The request is in conformance with the comprehensive plan and future land use map, and the new police station and City Hall will improve conditions for citizens who need to access city services and consolidate two buildings into one.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor
Better
of,
do a roll call.
Yep, roll call vote is required.
Yeah.
got it, guys, hold on. All those in favor, state your name and your position. No, that isn't right. All those in favor? No, all those voting. We'll start with Chris.
I really want your plan to work. You know, my sticking point is conversationally, since we're still in conversation. Is in number 3, people needing access, but I just feel like the parking issue is such a big deal that it's preventing access, at least during inclement weather and some issues. And I appreciate your impassioned pleas and your positions. And I think the building could be a great spot. The building is not a concern that I have. But my concern is how are people going to get there? And I haven't heard an answer to that, and I would love to hear one, but I just haven't heard something that has changed my mind on it. I'm willing to have it changed, and I know we have, we can bring this back up again, and I certainly hope that we can, because in the next meeting we can come back to this. Correct? That was the.
Somebody from the prevailing side would have to bring it up, but yeah.
Correct.
Is there anything are you guys just on the voting stage, or can I talk a little bit more, or no?
Fine.
I think we can table the vote for a moment. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Look, I'm telling you, I hear what you're saying. And I've been there, I've worked at City Hall for 28 years. I don't know if how long have you been there, how long you've been there, seen their operations have happened. I'm telling you, there's plenty of spaces, normal day-to-day stuff. Now, when we got a big thing like
Voting.
voting, something like today, we'd give you guys access to our parking ramp. I promise you that if you needed it.
Okay.
But the citizens, I believe, would have plenty of parking on normal day-to-day operations. Now, if it was something really serious or something really big, people would find a place to park. It's downtown Waterloo. It is what it is. I don't see, the Regents building is right next to there. People would find a place, especially in the evening hours. Most of the businesses are done and they're out. I don't see an issue with finding a spot. And it's free parking after 5 o'clock. So wherever you want to park, you're going to be good. Just my opinion. I've lived here all my life, but I understand where you're coming from.
There is a difference without some of the other things that we mentioned about Fifth Street and all that. There is a deficit of 3 parking spots from what we currently have. So it's 157 and 160 back here. It's 157, but when you include the visitors portion and the amount over here, it's apples to apples without Water Street, without the adjustment, without any work from Regents as well. So the parking won't be an issue, sir.
Voting?
I want to believe you, And so I'm going to choose to. But if it comes down to it and it becomes an issue, I will be at all of your meetings, sir. So I will vote yes.
Right.
I still have a concern about parking, but I'm going to vote yes. And I'm going to say that if parking is an issue, Mr. Mayor, you're going to have to deal with it.
I vote yes.
I seriously want both of you to get what you want, and God knows you desperately need it. I just personally don't feel this is the right answer. Okay? That's just my vote, but it's no.
Mr. Powers?
I'm still struggling with some questions that I don't know that I could get answered tonight. Is there a rush to get this done tonight?
We have a development agreement. He has a time frame on which this needs to be done. What I would say, there's 3 votes right now. I would invite you over tomorrow and you can walk through with them as well. Now that we know we can continue the process, I'd invite you to come down tomorrow. Even if you vote no, just come down tomorrow. You want to take and tour the site, see how things are being laid out. And then when you come tomorrow, if you all want to come, that's fine, because it wouldn't be a majority of those voting. So you would be good to come over tomorrow as well. Fully open, fully transparent. Come check it out.
And your vote?
I like the reuse of that building for City Hall. I'm not convinced the reuse of that included in that building for the police department.
What's your
Just
vote?
not convinced.
What's your vote? Let's vote.
I'll vote for it.
Thank you.
Majority rule.
4-1.
And then, Tom, too, some parts of upstairs, the lab, evidence storage, and some other employees will go to a potential training center that we've been in conversations with other agencies and some philanthropy. So some parts of here, we won't need as much space as well. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Chief.
Adjourn?
Hang on. Yeah. Any further discussion items that we need to deal with tonight?
No.
All right,
So move to adjourn.
okay.
Second.
8:15.
Hey.
Moved and second. We are adjourned.
This might help.
Thank you, Mayor and Chief.